What did I forget? Oh, I forgot a thing. Hi, it's me, Scott. I haven't streamed for a minute. It's been weird week, trying to tie up end of year thing, so on and so forth, and well, here we are. But I have been playing some off-stream Satisfactory. I must admit. Did I set all this stuff properly? Yeah. So I forgot to do one thing. The most important thing, the least important thing. Forgot to trim my beard, like a scraggly, getting into like scraggly wizard mode. Happy holidays to you all. Happy Yule. Happy Yuletide. We're a couple days past the winter solstice, and the wild hunt didn't carry me away. I don't really know what the wild hunt does. I think it's bad when the wild hunt shows up, because Odin, as we discussed before, sometimes seems like a wise old wizard, and sometimes, you know, sometimes he loses his cool a little bit. Turns into a bear or something. Okay, so I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do this. And here's the thing with Satisfactory. I knew this would happen. I think I knew this would happen. I got into it anyway, and here we are. I would say probably most of the last 10 hours I played of this, maybe 20 hours, I have really, really not enjoyed. And I think it's not exactly the game's fault, maybe more my fault, I don't know. But it's kind of the nature of playing an early access game. And this is generally why I have the cardinal rule of never play early access games. But I was just seduced by the siren song of this game because it seemed so up my alley, and it seemed like it had so much good content. But here's the rub. We're now at the end of phase 4. I've unlocked all the side stuff. I did all the Christmas stuff. There's like kind of nothing for me to do right now that is meaningful in the game other than just wait for those numbers to tick up. Like, that's not entirely true. It looks like I have some sub-optimized things. It looks like these modular frames are a little suboptimal, which means that the heavy frames are suboptimal, which means all the way up the line to that advanced director unit. But we still have 3,400 out of 4,000. And I could poke at that optimization forever, all the way back. There's a huge chain of factories that end over here for those items. And a lot of that kind of begins over here. I mean, I'm missing stuff here. This looks like an issue. This is supercomputers. So we're short on radio control units for some reason, and we're short. So like this is what I've been doing for a lot of the last 10, 15 hours. Not really feeling like I'm progressing, just like babysitting. Now I'm low on crystal oscillators, which I don't understand because previously I had a glut of crystal oscillators. Okay, so we're short on iron plate. And that's because I ramped up this stuff. Yeah, so it's this mode now. And like I've mentioned before, this whole factory region is just built on top of stuff that was built on top of stuff that was built on top of stuff. And as I try to optimize one part, another part falls to pieces. So yeah, it's just been this like pretty annoying thing. I doubled the power so I could double the cost output, which you can see we only have 100 left of those. So yeah, I don't know. I kind of don't want to do this right now. Like I kind of am done at babysitting this, especially because I'm pretty sure there's some hard drives that we could find that would get us some of this stuff a little more easily. I think. I mean, otherwise I've just got to be like, all right, I guess, well, let's try to get some more iron ore to make some more ingots, to make some more screws, to make some more iron plate, to make, And you can see, even at this level, looks like I'm a bit short. Like I'm coming up a bit short on the iron ore. And is that just a buffering thing? Because we haven't buffered here. I'm sorry, iron plate. I don't know. We've got a trillion screws over here that kind of look backed up, which don't really make sense to me because the belts should be fast enough. So anyway, the issue is it's just been not fun, really. I mean, a lot of the things I've been doing recently have just been like, oh, I optimized this thing, and now this thing is exposed, which, of course, that's a lot of what the game is. But maybe, I don't know, and maybe partially it's frustrating because a lot of this stuff is still tied into stuff I built at the very beginning of the game when I didn't really know what I was doing, and so, yeah, I don't know. So, what does that mean? in terms of what I want to do. I think what that means is I want to just go look for some hard drives. I did that day where I just went and got hard drives all over the map for a while, and I think that did help. I did get some meaningful upgrades there. But again, I'm at a point now that I could spend multiple hours trying to optimize that current chain of stuff, but it really feels like by the time I optimize it, we only have 100 more spaghettis. So is it really going to matter? Maybe it will. Maybe like I'm totally not producing any at all right now because we're out of radio control units. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe we'll dig through the buffer of those and we'll just totally grind to a halt. I mean, nothing's at a halt. It's just things are maybe not as not where they could be. And so, yeah, I don't know. I really found myself not enjoying a lot of the time I've spent recently, and that's no good. And I think the other thing is that I don't have anything to do in parallel, sort of. Like, there's been lots of other parts of the game where it was like, well, I have the main objectives, but they're just kind of cranking in the background. And I'm also focused on the other upgrades, or the I forget what they're even called, like the stuff in the MAM that you unlock, that stuff, or the hub upgrades, or various other goals in the game, or like, oh, it's time to build a nuclear plant. And that was a huge undertaking and took a really long time. There was other stuff to do, but right now, not only do I have nothing to do, sort of, other than just wait for these numbers to tick up, and then I guess grind through optimizations to get those numbers to tick up faster, but also there's nothing else left in the game. I mean, as far as I know, after this, I'll probably, I don't know this, but my assumption is that I'll just get a, hey, you did it. You did all the early access content. Great. Great job. And that will be that. And so it's also, I guess, I'm both lacking things to sort of, flesh out what I'm doing now so I can go do something else interesting when I'm kind of fed up with just pure optimization. And there's nothing really impelling me forward. And so what I thought today is we just try to get through it. And that could mean, I don't know what it means. I really don't know. I'm a little worried that by leaving things in a semi-optimized state as they are now, that we are going to grind to a halt. But I don't know. So I sort of just want to head off in a direction we haven't really been. We've done pretty well covering the map. There's this crazy area up here that I just kind of barely got to. I think I actually opened that one. There's also a weird thing where some of the items you need to open, some of the pods are only available from the advent calendar, and I think I've gotten those items now. I did the last Christmas thing, which was really just an upgrade for the Christmas tree. Maybe you get something else on Christmas Day. I'm not totally sure. But I'm pretty sure I spent... Maybe I didn't. Where is that stuff? Where is that stuff? We should have... Okay, it's this thing. So we have one quantum computer, so I spent one. So I think I maybe did that one and then just forgot to pull up the beacon. And then we should have super oscillators, which was another new item. No? Okay. Maybe... I thought I got the advent calendar yesterday, but maybe I didn't save after I did. Maybe I just jumped in and grabbed it and just forgot to save. So let's do these stupid things. I guess let's make some healing items while we're in the neighborhood. Is that 21 nutritional inhalers? Wow. That's great news. I don't see the super oscillators. I grabbed today's, which was some holiday reads, and I threw them right in the trash. I think most of the stuff in the advent calendar has not been very great. One day there were a bunch of health items, that was good. That was probably the best day. But It's also just a lot of total trash. Okay, so that's good news. I can do this. So many beacons for no reason. I think that's because I had the stuff to make my car. And let's drop out these worms, even though we're going to pick up more worms. Most assuredly. Where do I keep my worms? In here? I burned through a lot of worms optimizing. I burned through most of my worms. Okay, so let's just go somewhere. I wish I had marked it. I feel like somewhere up here was a pod we couldn't get into, but I don't actually know where it is. Which is not super great. So where do we want to go? Fortunately, I don't really have a fast way to get to a lot of these places, like this. I did build a route, so let's go out here, I guess. Let's just try to get to that place. And hopefully those numbers are ticking up. Yeah, the pasta's ticking up. Should be about 1 per minute, maybe a bit less now that we're constrained on plate. So that's, I mean, I could easily see that happening today. The other thing, though, oh no. Whatever that is, the directive unit, something unit. I was just reading some facts about sloths, you know? It's a thing, sometimes during the week you just need to read some sloth facts. Learn about some sloth-related myths. So I think we want to kind of... Let's go up here. This might not be the best plan. I don't really know the best route out there. I'm pretty sure I grabbed that one, but it's at the far reaches of where I've ever been, so it seems probable that there's other hard drives to collect, and we can grab that beacon. Just to get it off the map, which I should have done previously. They call me Dr. Worm. Good morning, how are you? I'm Dr. Worm. I'm interested in things. I'm not a real doctor, but I am a real worm. I am an actual worm. Okay, well, definitely been up there. I really do think there's some in these mountain, like in this close to home region that I probably haven't been to. Tried to go back and get them, but stuff that I just couldn't get to early in the game, and then as I expanded out and got new items and stuff, I just never came back to do the business. But I don't know if that's true right now. Might be true. But I don't know for sure. We've got that crazy radar tower up there. Radar tower, I'm going to say, is pretty useless. I think it's kind of a bad item. Because it doesn't... You would hope the radar tower would just permanently show... to be a thing that was useful and not useless, you would kind of hope that it would show all the resources, like actually find something meaningful. Actually sort of be a permanent thing of what your object scanner can only do temporarily. As far as what it does, which is just sort of expand the view of a map, it feels pretty useless to me. Like, just seeing the ground area of the map is kind of meaningless, and that gets uncovered if I go somewhere anyway. So I don't... Maybe there's some benefit that I'm just not considering or something. I don't know. And the jetpack is too slow. So yeah, I don't know. I feel myself getting cranky about this game, really, which is a bummer, because overall I've really enjoyed it. I put an insane amount of time into it over the last month. But, and I think part of it is just that disheartening feeling of like, oh, I'm going to get through this content, and then it's just kind of over. Oh, I should have gotten on the train. Oh, man. Yeah, it'll just be over. I mean, I wish, yeah, there should be a faster way to travel. There should be like a little hover ship or something, some jetpack, some upgraded, better way to travel. Even if it was crazy expensive, even if it took like an insane amount of fuel. just because it's so slow to get around the map otherwise without building substantial infrastructure. And a lot of the infrastructure sucks. Like, the hypertubes are not fast. I don't know. I think there's frustrations that I've had the entire game, but they were counterbalanced early on, or better balanced earlier on when there was like let's do and interesting things and whatever. And uh, it just doesn't really feel like the case right now, unfortunately. So I think the farthest I've been in this direction is that plateau. So I kind of want to get to that plateau because I seem to remember there being stuff. I would have thought I would have a path to that plateau, but let's just start heading that direction. So yeah, I like the pasta seems like it's gonna happen today. That last item. But the other one is moving up really slowly. Like, way too slowly, actually. So maybe that's not gonna happen today. But I don't want to play for a super long time today. I do have some things I probably should be doing. Even though, you know, it's a couple days before Christmas. It's just not a great time for productivity, let's say. There's a terrible creature that just popped in. Let's try to not get killed. We mainly cleaned up worms and hard drives around here. It's probably blue worms I didn't pick up just because I had a full inventory and didn't care about blue worms, or who knows. Or just couldn't be bothered to pick up a blue worm. Here's a stupid thing I don't really want, but maybe because it means nothing in the current release of the game. But I'll just grab it, because maybe one day it'll be really important. Okay, there's a blue worm over there. Come on, just get to the thing. It's so slow. Okay, what do we want to do? How much do I care about that blue worm? The answer is very little. Oh, why can't you just reach to the next thing better? Why can't you do better? It could be a better game. Like, these things have been annoying the whole time, of course, but I don't know. I'm definitely at a point now where there's so little else motivating me forward that my, I guess my patience for that stuff is just really fading. Now I'm gonna die because the stupid jetpack is so bad. Or not jetpack, hovercraft, whatever. The jetpack is bad. It's the worst. The worst item ever in a game ever, basically. But I don't know. Maybe this is also a thing where the actual, like, reasonable thing to do would be just to acknowledge that I'm not enjoying my time with the game right now and just take a break. But there's just part of me that's like, you're so close. Just get through to this, have some closure, and then move on with your life. And just put Satisfactory out of your mind and out of the way for a little while. I think that just works a little better for my brain. So there is this crazy edge of the, like, rim of the world thing over there. But okay, can we get over here? It appears so. I've definitely been up here before. I guess I went a slightly different route. Looks like I got that crash site. So I think most, at least crash sites that were visible as I went along, I tried to stop and get them last time I was out here. Look at that pasta. I mean, and then of course the other thing is, like, you know, the two middle, where I kind of built up the factories really, not quite from scratch, but close to from scratch for those two middle items in the phases. Those have been done for a long time. I feel like those have been done for, I don't even know at this point, 15 or 20 hours or something like that. Like, they really, I have moved looking at it at this point, I probably should have just spent my time building a totally optimized factory in a new place for those items, because it's been so slow to just do the piggybacking thing. The advanced director unit is, I would say, of all of those, though, has sort of the deepest tree of requirements. Maybe that's not actually true, but at least in my factory layout, I believe that to be true. I mean, I'm sure it could be done in a more thoughtful way, especially because, you know, as I said, there's probably stuff in there that is infrastructure from very early in the game that maybe now I have hard drives to optimize or whatever. I'm not really seeing anything cool in this direction. Seems a little barren. I had kind of hoped there'd be a crash over here, but not really seeing anything right now. I feel like the valley leading up to this plateau, there were quite a few crashes, which was good. I think I came back with something like 10 hard drives or 12 hard drives, and there were some of the upgrades just seemed so useless, just beyond useless. Like the whatever it is, Nobelisk, whatever the name is for their explosives, that is not something I need in volume. I've needed that maybe twice in the game. I mean, there's more locations for me to blow up, I guess. But as far as, oh, I need to blow a thing up to progress in the game, that's actually been exceedingly rare, I think. Okay, I guess we have to go down here and hopefully we can go back up. It's kind of making it annoying to get back home. A really expensive teleporter too. I would not mind. Just because it takes a meaningful amount of time to get from one end of the map or the other. I mean, I know people do their crazy cannons. Maybe I should do it. Or they kind of just rely on broken game physics to launch themselves. I think the technical term is yeet. To yeet yourself across the map. But that, I don't know, feels like the game should offer a better way to do that, so you do not have to yeet thyself. Okay, I feel like there's a lot of work to get one hard drive. Or maybe not work, distance to cover, let's say. If I don't have the thing, I'm going to be a bit cross. Like whatever it needs, I hope I have it. That was a lot of motors to open one thing. It's a bit of a concern, right? Hope I don't need a lot of other... I'm going to pick up the stuff here, just in the off chance that we'll have a future crash site that needs this stuff. It is nice to get some modular frames, I guess. And some heavies. I don't need all these screws. Okay. Now where? Big desert. Guess let's just continue our way around the bend. I'll get sit down today. They call me Dr. Webb. Good morning. How are you? I'm Dr. Webb. Interested in things. Not a real doctor. I need to get on top of this thing? Got anything good up here? Answer is probably no. Like I think it's gonna let me put a... Come on. There's a flat spot right there. Come on. Oh wait, I saw it. Oh, that's a hole. That's a whole thing there, huh? Crash site down there. Probably nothing up here. If there was anything, it'd be purple worm, and we would see purple worm sparkles, I think. So we don't. I'm gonna say we don't need to get up there, but let's try to get over here. I kind of wish there was more. I mean, whatever. It's early access. This could all be added. I should not have played this game. That's probably the real answer here. I don't think I've really ever played an early access game and thought like, oh yeah, great, like this is what I wanted to do, and enough where it was like, where once it wasn't early access, I wanted to play it again. I don't know. I broke my rule. This is what I get for breaking the rule. But I've just waited so long to play Satisfactory. There were so few games I liked this year. Okay, this sucks. That sucks. I'm gonna put two things right next to each other that take a ton of motors. It's almost guaranteed I don't have what it takes to build that many motors with me. Not cool. How many motors do we need? A lot, right? What are the chances? Okay, well, let's just hold on this button for a while. Because I've got some stators and I've got some rotors, so I can make some motors. I feel like I put a bunch of weird tags on this video. Do you know this is an action-adventure fighting game? I don't think I did that. Just Twitch. Twitch being Twitch. Do I ever want to stream again? Am I going to stream in 2022? I don't know. I don't know the answer. Do we get back to Heat? Work on monetizing Heat? I really don't want to. It just doesn't seem very interesting to me. Okay, but at least I can get this hard drive, so we got that going for us, right? So, whither are we going? I don't care about you, blue worm. I mean, I probably will regret it if I don't pick up blue worm. Excuse me, but... Pockets are always full. Do that. They call me Dr. Worm. They call me Power Worm. Good morning. How are you? You think there's something cool up here? I didn't see anything cool up there when we were over there, so I'm gonna maybe make the assumption there's nothing cool up there and go get this yellow worm, but I guess we could use our object scanner that doesn't really work that well for crash sites. At that crash site. Doesn't seem like there's a crash site up there, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's 100 cool crash sites with the best hard drives. Top 10 crash sites of 2021. Hey. Good morning. I missed something in this game, right? Okay, I definitely missed something that should have given me 6 more inventory slots. It feels guaranteed. Feels like you're supposed to have your inventory filled by this point, or your like a full grid of inventory slots. Let's say by this point in the game, and I do not have that, and it feels wrong. Feels like I should. I was somewhere, and I can't remember where. I think it was like real far up in these weird crater lakes. Gosh, we're way up here now. It's crazy how big this map is. And these crater lakes area actually seems like a good place for a factory. Grrr! I don't like the enemies in this game. I don't like combat in this game. It's not good. Combat in this game is bad. It's not fun. It's not interesting. There's 2 creature types, and they're boring. The ones that run on the ground, I don't even bother with anymore. I just fly over their heads all the time. And the ones that shoot stuff are just really irritating to deal with. Just not. It's just the same creature of different sizes with different color projectiles that do different damage. Just not. And I get it. Early access, you know? Early access, but just don't really enjoy it. Okay, where are we? Maybe we try to get up here? Have a look-see? Get that dumb blue worm, because it's just right there. Hunting for blue worms. Good morning, how are you? You're a blue worm. Maybe being a little reckless with the amount of power lines I'm putting down, but something cool over there. Except it won't be, because there's nothing cool. There's nothing cool to be discovered on this map at this point, I feel like. Maybe there'll be a crash site. More likely, it'll just be another of the 2 alien artifacts that do nothing in the game. I don't know. Shouldn't be salty, but a little bit salty. I mean, the real thing is here, I'm doing this to myself, for sure. So we're 925. We're definitely going to finish pasta today. We have not even made it through 100 director units, though. I think we're just too constrained. Oh, well, okay, speaking of that, actually, there's a thing we should do. Which I should have thought of a minute ago. Which is, we should just get in the habit of, as soon as we pick a thing up, wherever we are in the world... Oh, are you serious? No reinforced iron plate? Well, surely I have stuff for that. I would hope. I don't know, space in inventory. Alright, we don't need this much steel. Okay, just want to build a MAM. We want to start hard drive research, and then I think it's started, so I'm pretty sure we can just destroy the MAM and it's just going to go. I hope that's true. I hope what I just said was a true statement. We're so far from the world I know. I don't really know what to do. I guess we just head in the direction of this worm. Across the burning desert. Gaily bedight, a gallant knight, in sunshine and in shadow, had journeyed long, singing a song in search of El Dorado. But he grew old, this knight so bold, and o'er his heart a shadow fell as he found no spot of ground that looked like El Dorado. And as his strength failed him at length, he met a pilgrim's shadow. Shadow, said he, where can it be, this land of El Dorado? Over the mountains of the moon, down the valley of the shadow, ride, boldly ride, the shade replied, if you seek for El Dorado. Now it's dark in the desert. It's going to be hard to see anything. Visibility in this game at night. Also don't like it. I mean, I don't know which way to go. What are we doing here? We're so far away. These are the boundaries of the map, so I guess if we just sort of continue this way, we will be vaguely skirting the perimeter of the world, right? Probably would also be... Okay, we've got some interesting oases over here. I'll let it appear. They call me Doctor. There's a cool hole in the ground. What's this cool hole in the ground all about? Just a few iron nodes? Nothing fancy? A stupid enemy that I don't care about dealing with? I don't think I see any crash sites. I'm gonna have, like, my sense of scale is off. I can't... Are these just tiny trees, or am I really far away? Why do these trees look so tiny? They are tiny. How weird. Okay. This oasis of tiny trees. I don't want to fight you. I don't want to deal with you. I don't like you. I don't care about you. Oh my gosh. I don't care. I don't want to fight. It's not fun. It's not good. It's just not interesting. Not interesting. And you're super strong. Oh, well. What a challenge. What a tremendous battle. Battle for the ages. Okay. I know. Salty. Too salty. Okay. Weird tiny trees. There's a blue thing. There's a stupid red thing. I guess we'll get the stupid red thing while we're over here. There's a creature just stuck in place. I kind of just have a feeling we should go over here. Is that a cave hole? No. Maybe it will be. Not enough space for this stupid thing.
Picking up multiple Fix-It personnel in the area.
It's not true.
Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
What she's saying isn't true. Okay, so I don't think we really needed to come over here, did we? Like, I don't see any distant wrecks on those outcroppings, right? It's kind of good because it looks like they would be annoying to get to or impossible to get to. Looks like we're gonna run out of iron rod. I think there was a blue worm down there, but I just don't care. I just don't care. Now, we got lots of wire, but the iron rod situation... I don't know, maybe we'll be fine. Maybe it'll all be fine. That's probably a yellow slug. I really don't see any crashes over here, which is a bummer. Right? Let's check the stupid crash machine. Wait, what? Out of range. Okay. That's what I thought. I feel like the dumb radar should be able to find things. Maybe you can. Maybe the radar has like a special scan button that I just don't know about. Maybe it's all my fault. I just work here. Yeah, let me kill you. Are there two of you? It'd help if the game would stop pitching. It would also be nice. Okay, purple worm. You were worth it. I would do it again just for you. Just to save you from that creature. So... Crash site? Crash site? Anybody? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's wrong? No? Okay. I mean, I guess my general plan is like loop around to where that quantum computer pod was. If we have sufficient supplies to make it. You really would think there'd be a pod around here somewhere, right? Crashed in one of these canyons. This feels like a game designer thing to do. And yet... way the hell out here, sulfur. I mean, it might be wise to beacon these things, but the map gets so cluttered with beacons. Maybe there's a way to turn beacons off on the HUD, or I don't know. But or not the map getting cluttered. I mean, just the compass gets so cluttered with beacons that they kind of feel useless at a certain point. The cave. Who can say? This game's too dark. Too dark. Again, this kind of feels like let's just have a feeling like this would be a place where they would put a pod, but oh, those worms. I'm not going out of my way for blue worms. Let's say that much. Okay, I see a crash there. It looks like there is a nearby crash this direction. And there's a stupid
Harvest it.
Sphere, which is suspicious because usually these have annoying enemies around them, but oops.
Your contract legally compels you to harvest
So
this
where's
artifact.
the crash? That thing doesn't have great range. My ma'am. Okay, so let's do this and mam it up out here. That was 10 minutes. Okay, do I hate all of these? That is interesting. That is really interesting. So I'm currently doing those motors that require the crystal oscillators, which gives me a lot, but this is motors straight. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. For a second, I thought those were iron rods, and I was like, oh my gosh, we can make motors straight from iron rods? That would be amazing, but we can't. So this would require, instead of just stators, it's like normally it would be stators and rotors. This is saying instead of that, we would be, so you'd still need the stators plus a high-speed connector or whatever that other thing is, that little AI unit. So that kind of sucks. That's not very good. This one's sort of interesting if you really wanted heavy oil residue, but we end up with, we have so much of it from rubber and plastic production. I don't know why you'd ever want that. And I don't know why you'd ever want this. Like, if you already have the fuel, why wouldn't you just make plastic? Like, why would you? I don't know really why you would do this. The only reason I could maybe imagine doing this is if you wanted to, since we do have rubber shipped to a different part of the map, that we could do something with it there and make some plastic on site with it, but then we need oil, which we don't have there. So all of these kind of suck. I don't like any of them, really. I guess I will go with this one, even though we really, in the part of the map that we're talking about, where we care about motors, we don't have control rods there. We don't have a super easy way to make them. I mean, would it be better than the crystal oscillators? So that gives you like a 2-to-1 ratio of motor to rotor to crystal. I mean, that's just a much better deal. But the crystal oscillator is a fairly expensive thing. I guess we do this one because it's the one that is borderline useful, but generally speaking, disappointed. Okay, so we are looking for a crash site. It's right there in front of my face. I just couldn't see it in the dark. Because you can't see anything in this game in the dark. What's that? Heat sinks. $35 motors. You kind of suck, game. That's 3 pods in a row that need motors. Like a high count of motors. Not into it. Don't need that. I hope. Okay, can we make... Do we literally have no motors? We need to make 34 motors. I don't think we can. We'll try. Wish there was a thing you could hold in your hand in this game that didn't make noise all the time. I mean, this doesn't, but it blocks a huge portion of the screen. Oops. Okie dokie. Well, hope we don't need any... I'm not going to push the button for this long. I'm going to push it with my wrist rest. Oh, okay. Spaghetti continues apace, and the stupid advanced control directors. I was just really hoping, I guess the thing I was really hoping to get was some kind of recipe that would help us in the early stages of production for whatever those things are called. That first device up there, the advanced control director, advanced program director, I forget the exact name. I think we're constrained on iron plate at the moment. We could set up another iron plate manufactory, or I could just look at tool deals. Gotta say, since Black Friday, I haven't really been impressed with the tool deals. Oh, that's kind of nice. Look at that. How much is that? If that had a jigsaw, maybe I'd... How are we doing here? Still okay? Still making motors. $240 Forstner bits. I do like a nice Forstner bit. If you gotta make a hole in something, well, if you gotta make a hole in something and that something is made of wood, and it's too big to drill, then, Forstner. Okay. Wait, it was 35 motors? Oh no. Okay, we need 4 more motors. Great. So we're short on rotors and on stators. How many do we need? 4, 2, so I need 8, 8. Only Dr. Something that could be a jam. I don't know. I did see a recipe and I didn't take it because there was actually a better thing. I feel like that happens to me frequently in this game, where most of what comes up in the the MAM research is terrible, but then every once in a while there will be two things that are actually good, and one of them was steel screws, and I think you got an insane number of screws from one piece of steel. But I don't know, I just, like, it's not a recipe here that I love. I think this is the one I'm trying to use, but that's a lot of freaking screws, and it's a lot of freaking plate. And then that's to make this modular frame that takes a lot of freaking screws and a lot of freaking, I mean, not that much steel plate, but it is a 3:2 ratio, so not the greatest. Okay, did we do the thing? Great. Now what? Anything cool on the ground? Not really. So we saw another one. Where was the other one? I saw it on the horizon. Didn't I? Off yonder somewhere? Am I wrong? I thought we were... Oh, it's off on that little island. Oh, let's go to the little island. I guess the one nice thing at nighttime, were I worm hunting, which I'm not, you can see the worms really easily at night. It's a little nice coal over here. Coal and copper, huh? Silver and gold, silver and gold. Oh, view. Yeah, whatever. Oh, thrilling battle. Not good, I don't like it. Okay. You like heavy modular frames, though. Who doesn't? Screws, don't really care about it. Look at this iron plate, though. I'll take that. More heavy frames. Okie dokie. What do you want? More motors. More motors. At least it's only 10 this time, I guess. But that's 20 rotors and 20 stators we have to make. And I don't want to blow through all of my iron run. But I'm going to run through a fair amount. I mean, we need the iron for poles. Ben, how's it going? How's Fixmas treating you? Okay, we got 20 of those. This game is making me cranky. I'm cranky. Fair warning. Cranky content warning. Yeah, I did the whole tree setup. I did the optimized tree. I unlocked the final tree. It was not, I'm gonna say it wasn't super fulfilling. Maybe something cool happened on Fixmas Day. I just want a way to travel that isn't bad. I also want all of these drop pods to stop requiring motors. I don't know. It's going okay. I mean, we're going to have spaghetti done today. Whatever it is, nuclear pasta, it's going to be done today. The advanced directive, whatever, dude, is going too slow. And I'm so tired of optimizing that hierarchy that I'm out on a hard drive hunt, hoping to find a hard drive that will help me do that. Yeah, I'm such not a mod person, but at least that one mod, I think it's the exosuit mod, that lets you at least have the running mod and the rocket mod, but I don't know. Maybe I should make my own mod that increases the range of the rocket, or sorry, whatever it is, hover pack, that thing. But whatever. I'm so far away now. This is definitely the farthest I've ever been on the map. This map is so big. We're kind of looping around here, headed back towards this quantum computer pod beacon that I can't remember if I actually got the thing or not. I think I did. Can't remember. I'm trying to pick up hard drives on the way. Hopefully we'll discover a recipe. Speaking of, NAM's done. I mean, it's the thing that is just so... The thing that is most disheartening is at this point, I'm really just waiting for those numbers to come up, and then the game is over. I mean, as far as what's in the... in this early access version at this moment is like, yeah, just waiting for those numbers. Okay, so steel rod is interesting. That's interesting. This... Making that with pipe instead of... So that's 3 to 2 for pipe. That comes straight from steel ingots. I'm kind of into this. Definitely not into that at all. This could be interesting. I'm gonna go with this. I don't... It's definitely some of the stuff I'm building, like... Aren't we doing a recipe for... Oh, yeah, so right now I'm not doing this one, I'm doing this one, but maybe if steel pipe was... I don't know. If I could get crazy amounts of pipe from steel, maybe that would be better. Not sure. Not decided. Did I start a new recipe? Nope. Okay. Off we go. That pasta's gonna be done so soon. And this directive things are just gonna take the rest of our lives. It'll never be done. What's crazy about that one, like the pasta one is the one that took so much effort, because that's the one that I had to build the entire, like, the entire nuclear power infrastructure was really just to get the pasta. I mean, I wanted more power, but it's kind of required for those particle accelerators. And... Uh-oh. Oh, I guess I should get this dumb thing. Okay, so let's just head up in this direction. And probably find that I've already been there. I mean, that I already came back with the required item. I definitely should have put a beacon on the one that required the super oscillator, but I didn't. I don't see any other crash sites. There's a crash set on the scanner, but I think it's just the one we're headed towards. I do like the position of it. If it's the one I'm thinking of, the position of this particular crash site is kind of funny. Oh wait, no, there's one right here. Great. That's good news. Can I get to it without having to deal with these stupid creatures? Wait, what's wrong? Ah, come on. Power. I don't want to fight. I don't like it. I don't like it. Come on, come on, come on. Okay. Well, that was good. And then somewhere over here is the thing we were actually in search of. I really haven't spent much time on this part of the map. I kind of just ran out here and then went back when I ran out of supplies, but get this yellow worm. Interesting texture things going on with the water over there. Okay. Interesting. Look, there's a crash site over there. I'm pretty sure I got that one, though. Oh, there's one right there, too. I've been to this one. Okay, this is good, because I feel like that desert we were in, there was a real dearth of... Glad I picked up those supercomputers earlier. I'm not going to fight you, because I just don't care. Are there any good items on the ground? Doesn't really seem like it. Kind of want that, mushrooms. Let's go to mushrooms over here. Okay, I believe I've been to that one. The quantum pod is over here, and it's in a crazy tree. I did start new MAM research, right? I really hope I did. Some bauxite over here. Start a whole new aluminum factory over here. Or I could just never do that ever again and just continue overclocking my current aluminum factory, because aluminum's a pain. I did get some good recipes for that, actually. That is a thing. Okay, I see a MAM over here, so that must mean I've been back over here, right? Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Okay, so just to verify, we did get it. I should take this beacon away so I don't come back here. Okay, well, now what? Going this way just takes us to the far fields. We're pretty low on iron rod, actually. Otherwise, I would say we should go back here. Maybe we just... I'm going to head towards... I think I have multiple routes kind of coming in here already. Just don't want to miss any. Maybe we go this way because it takes us to the far fields and there is a hyperloop over there. Although I'm almost certain I already did that. So maybe we go a slightly different way. We're just going to run out of iron because we had to spend so much on... What's its face? Rotors or stators, one or the other. I definitely should be picking up all these mushrooms, and yet I'm not. Should really be picking up all the food. I wish you eventually got to the point where you had little like harvester drones, like little harvester bees that would go through and pick up all the snacks in the neighborhood, all the neighborhood snacks. So there are power lines all up here, so if we can make it up there, then it's okay if we run out of rod, I guess. The Steam sale? I didn't. Nothing really jumped out to me. I didn't use my Epic coupon either, because I think there's another $10 off Epic coupon. I mean, I have a few things on my wish list that ended up on sale. None of them really were, I don't know. Nothing that jumped out immediately as something I was really excited to get. Every time Frostpunk goes, I love Frostpunk and I played through all of it and all the DLC on Game Pass, except there was one piece of DLC not on Game Pass, which is the Last Autumn DLC, um, which I think I would like. So, especially since the announcement of the new game, Frostpunk 2, I've been there's been lots of sales for the Game of the Year edition kind of thing of Frostpunk that have had uh, that Last Autumn DLC included, and I just haven't. I've not pulled the trigger on it. Maybe I should. The thing I'm a little worried about is I feel like it has been so long since I played Frostpunk at this point that I think it would be a bit of a challenge to get back into. But maybe I should. Maybe it doesn't feel like it's been quite long enough for a full playthrough, like where I'd want to replay everything again. But it feels long enough that I don't remember how to do anything. 30 motors again. What is? I don't understand. I mean, I guess whatever. Maybe it's all randomized, and they didn't really think about it very hard. It just seems sort of crazy that all of these distant. I feel like the closer dropped pods had a pretty wide variety of items that they needed to repair. And so far, we've needed something like, I don't even know, 150 motors so far. I don't think we're going to be able to do this one. 30 motors, that's 60 rotors and stators, and I just don't... I don't think I got it in me. But let's see. We can make one rotor because we're so low on... Okay, well... Let's just make some stators while I think about how mad I am. And I'll just do my classic fabrication strategy of put the wrist rest on the mouse to press the button. I don't really feel the need to press a button for 2 solid minutes to try to make these. Dyson Sphere? It's still early access, right? I think I've just once again convinced myself that I should never play early access game. I think Satisfactory is convincing me that, even though I love Satisfactory. Yeah, maybe I'll play that in 20 years when it's done. It seems interesting. I like the premise. I don't know. I will say there's still, as much as I've enjoyed Satisfactory, there's a lot of things I don't like about it that now that I'm towards the end are like especially wearing on me, which is my own fault. I should stop playing, I guess, but I'm so close to the end. But I would probably say that Factorio is a better game. I think I would say that. They're really very different. Like there's lots of, they're really different in what you're doing and thinking about moment to moment and what your priorities are. Especially with, which is probably my least favorite part of Factorio in some ways, is the borderline tower defense part of it. Oh boy, this is, yeah, probably I'm just gonna like, it's just gonna say you're done with phase 4, thanks, when I actually finish this. I finished Factorio relatively soon before its release, and so I was like, okay, it's basically done, and it was relatively soon before it came out. But unfortunately, one of the things they hadn't really added yet was an ending. So it was that was a pretty, like, Factorio was a bit of a letdown in that regard. So I don't know. It's just bad. I'm a bad person for early access, I think. Bad for me. I will say one game that I was waiting on all year, basically, to come out of early access, Fights in Tight Spaces, did come out. I wonder if that's on sale on Steam. Is Fights in Tight Spaces on sale? Because I would get that. That is a game I would get. What are we doing? How many motors did I say? 30? Good heavens. I need 60 rotors. Is there a better way to do this? You can type it in for buildings, but I don't know if you can type it in for items. Not on sale? Ah, bummer. I wonder if it's on the Epic Game Store, because I think they have a $10 coupon right now. I mean, it would be hard. I feel like the biggest problem with playing fights in tight spaces right now is that... oh no, I should have picked up those screws earlier. Oh no, what a tragedy. Okay, I don't have enough for this. I can't make 60 rotors in my pocket right now. Right? It's no chance. I just don't have enough iron. Right? Not possible? Impossible? Is this an impossibility? Feels kind of impossible. That's a lot of screws, and I don't have any... Can't do magic screw recipes in your pocket, right? I could make 28. Oh, because also, of course, I need iron for that as well. Well, we'll just mark this, I guess. That's really annoying. I came out with what I thought was a substantial array of items that had me thinking like, oh, surely among these items we will have enough to do the stuff we need to do, but I was wrong. We need a billion motors for no reason. So let's put a stupid... Let's pick this up. I can't. Great. A beacon. You a beacon? 30 motors. Why were there sparkles there? Is there a worm down here? It's just pod sparkles, I guess. Okay. Well, that's a bit annoying. Especially for it to be motors. Like, because motors are like a kind of a third tier device, like or fourth, I guess, coming from raw materials. This feels like a bit much to require that many on so many pods out here. I mean, I guess, kind of to be fair, we've covered all our ground on the map, so it's not like they were all right next to each other, but we've been in kind of the same radius from home base. Is that a pod? Have I been there? It kind of looks like a place I would have been. I see lots of power lines around it, but I don't see a power line right at it. That's pretty weird. So I was definitely... let's go check it out, I guess, while we're in the neighborhood. There's one right there, too. I need the Zelda ability to mark things on a map. There's motors right there. Do you think there's 30 motors right there? I'm gonna say no way. But let's take a gander. If there was 30 motors right there, I'd forgive the game. I definitely did find some places in that Crater Lake area. Yeah, 29 motors. 29 motors I could maybe deal with. That Crater Lake area, I did find some places where the pods seemed like they were thoughtful in what they required. Like one of them required something semi-esoteric, but the resources required to make that were relatively nearby, so I didn't have to go all the way across the entire universe. Alright, I got some oscillators. I wonder if I leave these, how much cumulative power I'm wasting. Does it take electricity to... Is it like using electricity to leave the pods plugged in? Should I be unplugging the pods? There's only 12 motors. Better than nothing, I guess, but... Some screws. I don't know, that helps some. That changes the number of motors we need. Still doesn't really feel possible. But, well, I guess that means we need, what? We need 18 motors, we need 36 rotors. It starts to become close to possible. Close to possible. So I guess there's some chance that we will find business out here. Okay, well, we got that one. Where was the other one? It was like really weirdly, awkwardly hanging on the side of a cliff over here or something. Almost like using iron rod every time I do this. I've really not been over there. Kind of looks like a place I've been, but... Oh, come on. Give me the bacon. Oops. Wait, I just accidentally placed a beacon on top of this. Great. Oh, my NAS just made a scary noise. I should heal so that some giant beast doesn't kill me in one hit. Okay, so we want to go... Did I really not come up here? That seems really surprising, but it doesn't look like it did. Oh, you. Wish I could kill you with a chainsaw. Okay. 12 computers. Kind of want that. I don't even know it's valuable anymore. I really never used that zipline thing. I probably shouldn't carry it around with me. Because I don't like it. Any motors over here? Any motors? No motors? Some quick wire. So we have a reasonably good hard drive run. It was pretty spotty at the beginning, but we have made some ground. Come on, just let me place it. Come on. Okay. This is obviously how they intended for the game to be played. Okay. Looks like I've been up here. We've been mostly down there. The main oil field is over here. Oh, you're so slow, game. You're so slow. It's so slow to move around. Look at that pasta. That pasta's just cranking. The directives thing, not so much, but that pasta. Saw a picture yesterday of Joe DiMaggio eating spaghetti his mom made with a spoon. And maybe that, I mean, you know, it's fine. You eat spaghetti however you want, but eating spaghetti with a spoon. What are you doing? I don't know. I don't know what to think about it. You probably really can't question Joe DiMaggio on how he eats spaghetti, I guess, but still. Spoon? Maybe it was photoshopped in the 1940s. What is that? Is that the stuff? Cafeterium? What's it called? Caterium? Spoon spaghetti, I mean, it looked like there was lots of, looking what was on the spoon, it looked pretty chopped up. Like the strategy was you just sort of chop it up with your spoon. That is Caterium. Where am I? Is this a useful place? No. What? This is right next to this train station. I got a train station right there. How come I've never used this? Sometimes I feel like my scanner does not show me the things that I want to find. Because I believe I have like a wire. Yeah. I have a regular wire from... Well, because right now my only cafeterium is over here somewhere. I don't really need it at the moment, but I should remember that it's near the train station. Or just, you know, I'll just forget. That's another weird thing, because I'm pretty sure there was a time where I was scanning for that, and I thought I saw it, and then I feel like, I don't know, it's sometimes hard to tell what area the scanner actually covers. Okay, so that's water. We're kind of back in the proper neighborhood now, I think. Or at least the boundaries of the neighborhood. Maybe we catch this train back. This train currently just brings nitrogen gas and something else. Maybe only nitrogen gas from up here. So I think we have a car that we could use. They call me Dr. Worm. Oh. Oh. Okay, what are we even doing? We're really just waiting for the MAM to kick down and just, I guess, sort of acknowledging that we didn't really find anything that helps us with our current production woes. So maybe we just need to rethink some things, I guess. Because I think we're actually constrained on a few things at the moment that are just because I overclocked the 3 factories at the end that make the thing. The advanced control. What is that thing called? Assembly Director System. Should have stayed on the train. It's probably going to go right past me. Sometimes, though, as a person, I'm a person who would rather keep moving at a certain pace than to have to stop and then go again slowly, if that statement makes sense. Like, the analog would be, if I'm at the grocery store and someone is moving slowly in front of me, I would rather, like, go the long way around to another part of the store just so I could move, like, continuously and not have to stop and wait, even though it probably actually takes me longer to get around. I just prefer to be in motion, I guess, is my the broad statement I would make. Okay, so this is a disaster. It's a terrible place to be. All of these are throttled, and these are throttled by eyeballs, of course. And the eyeballs are currently throttled by automated wiring. That's a surprise. Now, wait a minute. Automated wiring shouldn't be... Automated wiring. So roughly 3 times 18, which would be 6 times 9, 54. So we want 54 automated wiring. Well, these factories look very unhappy. Rubber. Oh, I know. I bet we're constrained on rubber because we're not using all of the gas. So probably we filled up all those containers with the stupid jet fuel that I didn't use. That's my prediction, is that we will have a bunch of stupid containers full of stupid jet fuel for this stupid jetpack. Sure do. Well, Ben, I've got a Christmas present for you. How do I get it to you? All the jet fuel you could want for your terrible jetpack. Well, I guess this is the thing I'm gonna do. And just because I can't have these kind of constraints right now, so throw all this stuff in the trash. What a waste. You want a smart splitter? If I can make one. 2 rotors. Really? Programmable splitter? I don't even care if you cost more. I just want to make you without having to go get anything. Okay. Wait, what do you got? Stupid jet fuel? Yeah, on the trash. I gave up on my car because it kept getting moved when I would leave an area and come back, but I think it was because I was mainly working under a cave, and it would like move it to the top of the cave, and then eventually I think it spawned it inside the ground, and I never saw my car again. So I kind of, I mean, I'm sure that's a problem I could have solved eventually, but I just kind of got the feeling that I wasn't enjoying the car. It was a pretty way to move in the cave, I would say. Just let me fly, game. Just let me fly. Just let me fly. Do you want to be a fun game that people enjoy? I have a recommendation. Just let me fly. Because flying is fun. And not flying, when you want to be flying, is extra not fun. Is like extremely not fun. It's just frustrating and annoying. And because I'm trying to fly constantly, and I can only fly 60% of the time when I want to fly, means that 40% of the time when I'm playing this game, I'm just immediately not having fun. Those aren't great numbers. Okay, what do you want to say? The right output is overflow. So let's throw all this in the trash, and I can go really fast. We can't. Let's just try this. Put it in the trash where it belongs. Great. And that should get these things flowing again, which should get rubber production flowing again, which should get our control units going again. I mean, I don't even know that we were really using enough. We could build more power plants to burn that fuel off. Like, what else could we really do with all this heavy... Not this. This. All of this. Let's just flush it in the toilet. What do we do with all this heavy oil residue? I mean, for now, I just want to flush it, I guess. What's your problem? What's your problem? Why would that be true? You're not getting enough fuel? You're not. How much fuel do you want? 20, 40, 60, 80. 40, 40. You're not getting enough heavy oil residue. Oh, are we backed up on plastic? That's never happened before. Okay, well then that's actually good news. So let's just do this. We can send some of the overflow over here. Some of it at least, right? So we'll have way too much coming from the rubber side of things. Okay, that seems like we're okay on rubber again. I can't believe we're constrained on plastic. That's nuts. That must mean we're constrained on something else even more frustrating, I guess. That should never happen. Okay, here comes the rubber. I will unstick this, hopefully. So, probably, sadly, this has been stuck for a while because of the jet fuel fill up. Okay, that seems better for these. These numbers look okay. You gonna make it to 24? Probably overclock these if we want. Oh, sorry, these are computers. Where's the... Oh, did I look at the wrong thing before? That's computers. Where's the advanced wiring? Under the computers? It's these. So these are still constrained. So what's your problem? High-speed connectors. Okay. What's your problem, high-speed connectors? Is it also rubber? Cable? 100 cable per minute? I thought we had an embarrassment of cable. So let's not do this. Let's not do this. I think we did have a surplus of cable at one point, and now we don't. That looks more promising. Okay. Yeah, I guess at one point we had a cable surplus. Okay, so that is going to give us, what? Roughly 10 high-speed connectors a minute-ish. And these fellows need how many? Well, that's too many. That's almost 12. What did I think was going to happen? Is this really the only place I'm producing these, and we're fully overclocked, and we're only producing 10-ish, and we need 12-ish? Looks like maybe, I mean, we need more cable. Certainly seems like we have enough circuit boards and enough, I'm not even using those anymore. What's this thing doing? Yeah, limiters, we're not using it. So we didn't need to make another manufacturer for high-speed connectors? I think we do. This is not the ideal placement, unfortunately. Oh, maybe it is. We just make it an ideal placement. Ah, it's just so annoying. I really like laying out manufacturers with how finicky the belts are. This is not something I enjoy, really. I might go as far to say as it's unenjoyable. So unenjoyable that I don't even want to try to fix that, and I want to probably just build a new little outcropping that supports 2 back-to-back manufacturers, for which this is probably not actually enough space. It's really not if we want guaranteed way that we can just stack 3 inputs and have it split. You just need more space, unfortunately, to do that with manufacturers, which is annoying, but how it is. Okay, so we are short on plastic, but let's just go steal some from here. Let me have it. Let me have it. Give it to me. Yeah. So what are we doing? We're gonna make 2. Here's my goal, anyway. That. I don't think it's gonna fit. I think that's still not good enough. Like a 3 stack here of splitters, even though I want it to work in my heart. think a triple stack does not work. Yeah, that looks to me like a no way, but let's just see. No. Wait, that wasn't built as far forward as it could have. Did I just build it in the wrong place? Is that what I did? Oh, I see, because it has a weird overlap. I got it. Like the output extends much further than it seems like it should. So maybe I can still place this. I was using the bounding box to place it. How about this? Still not a great deal of confidence, but let's try it. Nope. That's so annoying. I wish there was just a device that would do this, you know? Maybe the solution is this? This sometimes works, right? Let's just go to the far end and try to hit the near end. Okay. Good enough. Can't afford. Okay. This looks great. Let's go with this. Cool. What does this take? It takes... Kind of forgot what I was making. Oh, right. We do have this other recipe. I don't have any... Yeah, I don't have any silica over here. Okay, so that needs what? Quick wire, cable, circuit board. Easy peasy. Easy breezy? You said friend named Breezy. I don't know what happened to Breezy. One thing I'll say about Breezy. Cool name. Okay, yeah, we want to get this crap. Looks like we have 3 buffers there, so we really just need to get them over here. Looks like it would appear. I really put that in sort of the worst place I possibly could. Why would I do that? Put it here. Okay. So, what are we doing? We're trying to get this to over here. Let's maybe do this first. Oh, how do we want to do it? I wish the stackable stuff was easier. I don't know why they make that so clumsy. This thing, like these triple stacks, just hard to gauge, sort of, where they're gonna go. I mean, in this case it wasn't too bad because I just had to draw one, but it is kind of a hassle to draw a bunch. So, and then, whatever. Oh, those Mark V belts. I have stuff with me for those? Not really. Let's go Mark IV for now. I don't think we have any. I don't think any of these items actually require Mark V. Just showing off, I guess. Do they? I mean, the quick wire, 210, and Mark V is what? 480? I'm sorry, Mark IV. Mark IV is 480. So 2 of those would be, so Mark IV should be fine. Okay. So now we just need outputs from these. somewhere. And where do we want to merge them? I guess they're going in here. Oh, a merger. I guess. I built room so if we needed to, we could add another thing, but we don't really need it. So for now, I guess we'll just do this. Can't afford it. Okay, how's that? And then those can still split on the way out. Is that true? So that should all be okay. So now, we had these fully overclocked before. So how many did I say I needed? I think this factory is not on at all. So I don't think we actually need to account for that factory. So we need to account for these. And it was 12-ish, right? Yeah, so it'd be 4 times 3.75. We have 4 of these, right? Are they all overclocked to the same degree? I think so. It's really more like 15. What is it? 3 times 4 is 12, and then 4, 2 1.5s is another 3, 12, 15. So we need 15, 7.5 each. Is that right? Why does that sound wrong? Yeah, that's right. 3.75 would be 7, would be 15. Or these just need to be hitting 7.5 each, which I believe requires some overclocking. I mean, more than some, unless we make more. Which we could. But I'm not too concerned with power at the moment. I feel like our nuclear situation is at least going to get us, I mean, hopefully, to the end of this situation. Okay. I feel like we're going to have problems with cable. So this right now is a merger, and it could probably be a splitter. Because we have dedicated cable production here. We have so much wire. Are we using all this? No, we're not. So we could be making more cable. So let's change this merger to a splitter. I think it used to be, and I like undid that, and I don't really remember why. And then we can send this excess to here, and this is going to become merger, just so we can get some more wire in the neighborhood, which may be a terrible idea. It might steal wire from a place that is needed, but that looks pretty backed up. So just so we have overflow. I guess if we wanted to be extra careful, we could set it to be overflow only, but for the moment, I think we just let it go. I mean, it's probably bad that this is backed up. We probably don't want it to be backed up, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So let's hope that okay, that seems good, although now quick-wire is an issue, because we need a lot. Holy crap. Each of these wants 420 a minute? That's not sustainable. Is it? I mean, there's no way. Like, even our fastest belts are only 780. So that's not... That doesn't feel like a thing that is possible. Once we ran 2... I mean, those are on Mark V. We'd basically have to be running 2 quick-wire belts. Okay, well that does need to be Mark V, right? Like, at a minimum. Shoot. I don't have enough aluminum. That's too high, though. Really, we'd never want to go higher than 360. Oh boy, unless we had a totally alternate source for quick-wire. There's this. So that place we saw, Ugh, it's not super close. It's not close at all, actually. But we did see over here there was copper and there was what's its face. Just that the volume is so high. So what does that give you? You get 12 there. That's pretty good. So if we started shipping ore, we could make an obscene amount of this. As it stands, we have 2 lines of that coming from across the world, but not enough. Not this much. Hmm. Gosh, and there's no other recipe for this or none that we can reasonably use, right? Either way, it takes a crazy amount. 56, 3.5. 420 a minute, overclocked. Do you lose efficiency when you overclock? Is it actually better to... I don't think so, because it's always the same number. It's just over a shorter period. I think you lose efficiency in terms of power, but not in terms of like production volume. So the problem is the most we could ever be moving, I guess we have two... That just would be close to like our maximum quick-wire capacity. And we're definitely not even filling it up there. I mean, somehow this is true. This doesn't make sense to me. How could we not have been using it all before? I guess we just weren't producing enough, and 15 bumps us to a place where we actually... Like, that volume is just not sustainable. Without another... That would be annoying. Oh boy. Okay, what are we gonna do? Slow meandering output. That's regular water. Kind of funny. That was all. Just upgrade all this one and add it. I'm gonna go verify these numbers. Maybe I do better. What did I say? I said we have 3.75 times 4, which is 15, which is 2 7.5s, and that just takes an outrageous amount of quick wire. Just ludicrous amounts of quick wire. We could push through faster than this. Eventually we'd eat through this buffer, of course. We just can't. Is it even worth trying? Or do we just say we can't produce that much and then we try to scale back everything else? I don't know. Or do we start an entirely separate parallel quick wire production over wherever it is? Over in the place that I didn't mark when I said that maybe I should mark it. It's over here. We could get it on the train. Maybe. I don't think we could get it on the train all the way to here, though. Because we load the train going back. Should have just built that train with 4 cars when I built it, but now we'd have to tear down all the stations. Well, shucks. We're basically done with nuclear spaghetti. Quite a ways to go on this dumb directory units. And these things, I think we switched to this because it was better. What is it? It's automated wiring. We just upgraded to this. It only needs 1. How is that possible? Yeah, and I mean, upgrading this doesn't really do much for us, so do we try to go make a new wire factory? Also, what's your problem? Why do we have too many circuit boards? That was something we were majorly constrained on at one point. I guess that's good. Okay, but so automated wiring is a problem. Is it our biggest problem? Kind of doubt that it's our... I mean, like, that's the thing that's a real bummer right now, is I think we're kind of constrained on all of these things. So, and part of that was me just going in here and saying, like, well, what if we just overclocked this? We didn't even overclock it that much. We just basically said we want to try to make... or we needed 2.5, or we were trying to get 7 a minute of these, I think. Yeah, because it's 2.3, 2.3, and then 2.4. So we're trying to get 7 a minute to just speed this up a little bit. Well, I'm gonna just cheat a little bit and just give you a little something to go on, just a little something. Doesn't really help with the hot automated wiring situation. I will say, at least on computers, at least computers and circuit boards, we seem okay at the moment, but automated wiring and heavy modular frames have pretty deep production requirements. Okay, so we did try, let's just say in theory, we wanted to go nuts. That's a lot of ingots. But it's faster, and the volume is really substantial. It takes a lot of copper. But for every yttrium, you get 12. Pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh. So let's just see. Let's try the thing. Wait, where'd that banner come from? Why is there text at the top of... Check out my portfolio for more projects, it says. Maybe that was from like a heat test stream or something. That was weird. What's that doing up there? I kind of want to try the thing. Oh, sorry. Let me do... Am I getting... Okay, sorry. Just sent a text about this. Okay. We were gonna do what? What is that thing? I don't remember. Factory. System Satisfactory tools. I just want to see. Well, that's another thing we need to think about, actually, right? Because even the ingots, we probably at this point have alternate. We do. So, for example, if we make this in a refinery, the ratio is better, but the throughput is worse. And then copper, yeah, this one is... That's pretty good for throughput, but then you also need iron, or you need a refinery, so I don't know. I don't really know what to do about that. I guess let's just go see what's over there, and then probably be mad that I didn't pack a bunch more stuff. So let's just... take the stuff we probably think we'll need, like... Well, actually, what is that wire? Must be a constructor or an assembler, right? So this one requires an assembler. So let's just... say we need 8 assemblers. And say we need... I don't know. Three of those, and let's say we need just so we have some stuff in our pockets. Iron plate. Oh no. Wish I got a really good iron plate. So speaking of, wait, did I get a MAM pop up and not use it? Or did I forget to put something in the MAM, or what happened? Why have we not gotten a MAM alert in a while? Must have just missed it. Okay. Does any of this good? Circuit board. That is a weird circuit board. Petroleum coke is a bit annoying to make, but we do have a... potentially have access to a lot. We don't really have an excess of silica at the moment. It takes so much to make aluminum. This, however... I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Just because the oscillators are a precious resource. Let's make this one. It's not great, but let's just do it. Okay. So, that's a lot of supercomputers we need. That's not great news. Alright, I'm going to steal these supercomputers. Oh, maybe that's too many. Sorry. You can have some. And fuse modular frames we should have a ton of, because we did it. We hit our... oh my gosh, we hit our pasta target. Incredible. Incredible. We're just still not close for the stupid assembly director. So, okay. So we now have overshot our pasta. I thought we were using these for something else, but I guess not. So we can stand by this. We can stand by each of these. We have an enormous copper factory that we'll just let buffer up, I guess. But that's great. Great news. Okay. Wait, is that not the right thing? I thought I just picked up a bunch of fused modular frames. Is that not what these are? Oh, wait, sorry, those are pressure conversion cubes. That's not what we need. I don't actually want those at all. The fused modular frames are what goes into this. Yeah, I want that. Okay. I don't think we need these at all, ever. And... stupid rotors, stupid portable miners. Okay. Who makes rotors? You do. Great. And reinforced plate is just not a thing we have a surplus of, but I think one of our factories is probably backed up with it. Yeah, these. This will be bad because it's going to screw up the pipeline, but sometimes you just got to grab stuff. Okay. And then portable miners are not a big deal, except they're kind of annoying because they just take up so much inventory space because they don't stack. I don't know why I have beacons there. So the portable miners, I just, the only reason I'm slightly worried about them is I don't want to find out that when I make the portable miners, I'm suddenly short on some other thing. Okay, I can't believe we did it. We got phase 4. Unbelievable. So, portable miners are not made here. Made here, right? Okay, so let's just make sure that we for sure take a whole bunch of plate. What can we ditch? We have no need for heat sinks on our province. Drop our worms. Drop them off at the pool. You can have fun with the other worms. Should get some concrete, an iron rod, for sure. We got plate, we got all this stuff. We got some miners. We can make some more miners. I'm gonna leave these screws and take even a little more of this. And I'm gonna grab a big bag of motors, just a big motor bucket. Call me Dr. Worm. Good morning. How are you? I'm Dr. Worm. So really, all the manufacturing up there should be off at this point, I think. Okay. So what are we doing? We're gonna go make a Katamari Damacy factory. I think I tried around here. Why hasn't there ever been a game as good as Katamari Damacy? Why did games peak in whatever year that was? 2008? I don't know. When did the first Katamari come out? That is it. Hell of a soundtrack. All the Katamari games. Where is our... I guess let's go to the 30 motor thing while we're in the neighborhood. Click it. I'm going to cover this entire map end to end with power, just so I don't have to deal with it. Okay. This is not the place we want to be, though. I already did this one. We'll do the 30 motor pod on the way back. Uh-oh. Where are we going? Have I been to that pod? Looks like it. It's got a wire going to it. Where are you, 30 motor pod? In my mind, you weren't quite so far away. And yet, you appear to be far away. Nice that the compass indicators give you a sense of distance. Just so when you're pointing at a thing, it'd be nice if it had a distance. Is it you? Are you the one? No, you're not the one. Still the one. We're still having fun. don't know why that song came to mind. I mean, I know why, but it was jogged loose by that phrase, but why is that song just so readily available in my brain? Never liked it. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, it's over here. It's fine. It's an okay song. It's no Katamari Damacy soundtrack. Okay, is it this stupid pod? This better be the best hard drive I've ever seen. Okay, now how do we get to the dumb... I'm just gonna head towards the Hauptbahnhof. The hamburger helper. They call me Dr. Burn. I don't know what to do about buying a house. I have like, when I really think about it, lots of misgivings about buying a house in Portland because it's so costly, but then I look at this country and I'm like, do I really want to live in this country? Not that it's certainly not trivial to just decide to live in another country, despite what people say. It's not a trivial, even from a logistic standpoint, it's not a trivial decision, but man, I don't know. Part of me thinks like I shouldn't like, ugh, like I can just flash forward to 1 year to buy, and I buy a house, and then the midterm elections happen, and they go the way that they'll probably go, and I'll just be like, I don't know. I know, Ben. That's the thing. Like, I really feel like midterm elections could, if say I buy a house and the house closes middle to end of next year, and then midterm elections happen and they go the way that midterm elections usually go, and that will just be queuing up for what happens in 2024. It's like, man, where do you live? You can't live in Canada. It isn't like the housing crisis in Canada it's like the whole country is Portland. Um, Same with New Zealand. Where does that leave? Somewhere in Scandinavia? Okay, these look interesting to me. Like this is kind of interesting looking. Plastic is a pretty precious resource, but that is a whole lot of seal-coated plate. But check this crap out. That's 2 to 3. I mean, you know, aluminum pipe is, or I'm sorry, steel pipe is not, it's not free, but that gets you a 2 to 3 ratio. I think this is the way to go, because steel pipe only has one step. I mean, I guess I'm at the point where screws and iron rods are only one step, but screws previously were not, but now are. But those are all 3 to 2 ratios for the steel pipe. So I mean, sort of the steel reinforced plate. And so the reinforced plate, it's so easy for it to become such an intense constraint. I mean, the only part of this that is a little more than a little bit of a bummer, I guess, is the oh my gosh, that actually just gave me an idea. Shoot, I don't know why I didn't think of that before. Okay, we got to reconsider some things. Oh man. Okay, let's do this, but I think I just realized something I should have done a long time ago. Oh shoot, is it even worth doing what I'm about to doing with the idea I just had? I think it still is. Yeah, because the high-speed connectors are a problem either way. I just realized off in that distant factory that we made for whatever, one of those other things up there, we have a really robust modular frame factory. And I could just be flying those in via drone. Okay, so we need to go towards the hamburger helper. Where's the hamburger helper? That's this Hauptbahnhof. Okay, see it. So somewhere between here and there. Remember when I said I should mark the cafeterium? And then I didn't mark the cafeterium? Well, because I thought, surely I won't need all this cafeterium. But here we are. I need the cafeterium. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what to do. Portland's so expensive. It would be such a tremendous thing. The thing that's weird, though, I don't know. Like, my healthcare is super expensive, but it's just like I have managed partially through luck. Like, I made the decisions with intention, but I kind of lucked out with them. That even though my healthcare is obscenely, heart-crushingly expensive, because, I live in America and that's how it goes, all things considered, just my current healthcare plan actually is almost best case scenario for the United States. Like, for what I could manage in the United States, it just so happened. The problem is every year, the healthcare providers can totally change what the plans are, what the premiums are, all they are. Of course, my premiums are going up on my already way too expensive healthcare plan. But, like, all things considered, weirdly, from a healthcare perspective, maybe not super surprisingly, but Portland actually works out for me pretty well in that regard. So, like, as a long-term thing for healthcare costs, yeah, it just kind of accidentally works out. I mean, it wasn't a total accident, but the reasons I made these decisions before I knew that that my healthcare expenses would be so much, and it just happened to work out. And so, like, say I moved to Texas, I don't want to move to Texas, but if I did move to Texas, where my family is, like, oh, of course I could get a much cheaper house and have a lower cost of living, but it's a real possibility that my healthcare would be dramatically more expensive. Probably, not enough to really probably make up for it, but then I'd also have to live in Texas, which is currently a nightmare hellscape. Not that Portland isn't a nightmare hellscape in its own special way, but you know what I mean. So anyway, I don't know. So in some ways, like, of course there are much cheaper places I could live in the U.S., but as far as like quality of life and even things that you don't really want to consider, yeah, I've basically since I haven't had a job in 10 years, I've basically only used the health insurance marketplace, and in different places. And in Texas, my coverage was not great. Mostly here, it's been okay, but actually, I don't know, it's such a weird thing. But a couple years ago, before I knew I was sick, I made the choice to... Basically, it worked out that I was like, okay, if I pick the absolute cheapest Kaiser Permanente plan, that allows me to have an HSA, a health savings account, so I could invest. I can basically have like backdoor investments by using that. And so that, anyway, basically I talked myself into getting the absolute cheapest plan. And weirdly, the way the math works out, the absolute cheapest plan in the end cost me less money. And it's like sort of a complicated confluence of circumstances that make that true. Because normally you would expect that if you paid more, that if your insurance premium, the general wisdom is if your insurance premiums are higher, your coverage will be better. But it just worked out for me with the way that I architected this plan for totally different reasons, that it actually works out that the absolute cheapest plan I can get from Kaiser ends up being the absolute cheapest out of pocket for me with my exact financial situation and healthcare situation, which is pretty weird, but that's how it worked out. So, but from state to state, that stuff varies dramatically, and the way the plans are structured can really vary, and the premiums can vary, and so on and on. So anyway, from a healthcare perspective, even though my healthcare costs are horrible by the standards of the United States of America, for a person that doesn't have insurance through work, I guess I should say, or through like a job, like by those standards, my healthcare is like still crushing and horrible, but by American standards, less crushing and horrible than they might be. So that's a pretty weird thing. Okay, so here's the thing. We could get 15 per minute, 12. We get better. Okay, I guess a big question is this pure? Is this pure? It's only normal. We do have Mark III. We can overclock it, so that'll only get us 480 though. So that's a pretty big decision to make right now. I don't really want to deal with refineries because they're just so big and annoying. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird when you actually work out the math. You know, they usually have calculators that are like, oh, if you need this much healthcare in the year and it works out to this plan is actually the best. I just happen to know because of my stupidly expensive uh, treatments that I have to have every 8 weeks that I will always max out my health plan, which I guess, you know, probably they don't really estimate that most people are going to 100% max out their health plan every year. And even though there's like, I'm sure if you like really looked at the curves of all of the health plans, there'd be like different sweet spots for different people. And probably if you're like in an average person, you know, with an average amount of healthcare needed in the year, it probably does work out that the higher premiums end up being less out of pocket for you. But I just know for a fact that I will always max out. Like it just, my deductible is very high because of that plan, but my treatments are so expensive that just two of them hits the deductible. So like it's in a tragic way, the math works out well for me. So, um, anyway, that's a consideration. Whatever. So that's a consideration where it's like stay in Oregon. Also, when you think of things in terms of like climate change and how, of course, the world is not going to do anything about it. So we're going to have a climate crisis or a continuingly apparent and continuingly um, daily, continuingly or increasingly, we will have daily impact, very apparent, obvious impact will only continue to grow. And when you think about like, well, where's the place to live in the United States to best deal with that? And I would say probably the Pacific Northwest. I mean, right? Like when the middle of the country is a desert wasteland. I mean, once the the food wars start, and everyone in the middle of the country invades the Northwest with guns, maybe that will be different. But until the food wars start, you would generally expect the Pacific Northwest, maybe like Appalachia. I don't know in terms of food production though. Actually, the Adirondacks. I don't know. I don't know where you want to be in the U.S. Where your best situation, but I think the Pacific Northwest would be. Okay, what are we gonna do? I guess one question is, do I have? So I don't have enough stuff to make refineries, so I'm not gonna do refineries. That's how I'm gonna answer that question. Um, Definitely won't have enough smelters to do this. So what's our ratio of copper? That's another thing we have to consider, right? So for the quickwire we're trying to make, our ratio is 5 to 1, which is kind of insane. That means we just need an obscene amount of copper. We need 5 times the copper. We do have other ways of making copper. I mean, we probably don't want to do this if we need that much copper. That's 1 to 1. This one is basically 1 to 2, which is good. This is like 1 to 2.5, but it's more annoying. This requires foundries, but it does require iron. And I don't know if we have any iron over here. Is that iron right there? Is that water right there? I don't know. Maybe so. I don't know. All the Californians are moving to Texas right now, which probably over the next 20 years will be a... Who knows? Who knows? Who knows what will happen? Anyway, but with what it seems like is happening, which is the like rapid erosion, the rapid collapse of the American experiment, and the rapid collapse of the world climate system, that all things considered, where you're trying to figure out a way, like where you're gonna weather out the apocalypse, I don't know the answer. The short answer is, it doesn't feel like the United States is the place to be. But if you're gonna try to decide, like, well, I gotta be somewhere in the US, I don't know. The time to move to Norway? To live with life as yours? Okay. That's interesting. Although this is ridiculous. Like, why would I ever do this? Because I need these so rarely. Definitely don't want this. That's useless. So I guess I will take this sort of by default because the other ones are so worthless. It's true. It's true. I mean, California, yeah, California's doing lots of amazing things. I don't know. It's a disaster everywhere. I mean, California, you kind of need water to be alive, you know? And agricultural decisions in California aren't really in line with the idea of having water. This is what happens when you build giant populous regions in which there's no water, and the water has to come from somewhere else. So California's just going to end up in its own civil war. It doesn't even have to. We don't even have to deal with it from the rest of the country standpoint. It's going to do. California will just tear itself apart, I guess. I'm gonna split it here, obviously. Okay, I don't quite know what to do here in terms of. Really, I kind of feel like I'm wasting my time, and I actually should go address this other issue. But let's quickly see if there's any iron around. Yeah, it's tough. I don't know. I don't know what to do about it. So that's not too far away. Oh yeah, there's iron right there. There's iron right in front of my face. A lot of iron right there. So is copper the bigger constraint? Do we need more copper? But it's also, I mean, you know, like, where do you go to live in Europe? I don't know. There's lots of ways from a social standpoint that Scandinavia is very appealing. Why do I keep forgetting how to do this? V. Wrong button. V. Hold V. This is what I want. So we have this very close copper. Is this copper at least pure? That would really be great, but I bet it's not. Normal. Normal copper. Yeah, I just don't know. Just don't know. Okay, and then we're gonna. I mean, let's just set ourselves up for some future state in this game where we need 1 million more links to the quick wire. Spools, that's the word I want. So I don't know. Like, part of me wants to say, like, well, gosh, I guess let's see. Since this current administration seems bent on not doing anything that would be popular with humans, like not a single thing that people would actually like, it's hard to believe that midterms will go well, and just especially historically in terms of what goes on with midterms. So, and then they'll lose their majority, probably in the House and the Senate, and then I guess then they'll have an excuse on why they can't accomplish anything, and it'll be great. Okay, so that's fine. I mean, this is a little unnecessary, but you know, just planning for the future, I guess. Is that your Biden impersonation? Because that was very good. It's pretty impressive that my brain started reading that in one voice, and then when I got to Jack, instantly mentally the voice changed. That's kind of an interesting phenomenon that just happened in my head. Like started with just whatever my generic internal monologue voice is, and just shifted, all based on one word. It's pretty good. You should tour with that. That's professional grade. Okay, so we stuck over quite a bit. How did I decide to position this? Seems like a weird place to do that. Who knows what I was doing? Okay. Anyway, we're going to try to do this like this. Is that how we did it? Yeah. Let's do a splitter. Let's do 2 smelters. Helter smelter. Don't you want me to love you? How weird. Okay. So I did do it like that. Okay, we're just falling through the earth. Yeah, whatever. I mean, this country gets what it deserves. You treat Bernie like that, and we deserve this. Okay, so... And these are copper, and it has a 5-to-1 ratio, which is not great. Wait, no, I said I was going to do the aluminum thing. What am I doing? Oh, but how do we do that? That is... Okay. I'm sorry, the iron thing. Those are foundries. We need foundries. I probably don't have any stuff to make foundries. Do I have any foundry supplies? What a shock, I do. Okay. So I make a foundry. Let's see. Oh. 1 foundry. So that's quite good. Will be 20, 40. So 2 foundries. How many are these producing? Only 14, 2, so like 30-ish. I'm sorry, these are 15 per minute. Oh yeah, what's the rate of that? So that we've got 30 per minute over there. This gets us 100 per minute, which is pretty freaking good. So we could have 3 of those. I mean 2 of the... Now let's just do 2 foundries to start with. Yeah, well, I don't know. It's not like I have like... I don't know. I don't have solutions for anything. I don't have easy answers for anything. It just kind of feels like if you look at other countries, there's other ways things are done that seem not so bad to me. But just deciding one day to live in one of those countries seems like not a trivial problem. Actually, you know, like my parents are getting older, all those things. Siblings are getting older. I'm getting old. And also the reason, I mean, it would be hard to, that's another thing that's really difficult. That, like, normally when I end up in a place, which is never for a very good reason, like, I often just end up in a place because it's where I end up, but I have a reason to end up there because there's whatever, some job or some school or some whatever. There's some on paper reason that I end up in the places that I end up, but still wrong. And so I feel like the only really reasonable way that I could imagine just... I mean, I don't know, actually, I do have friends that well, they're from other countries ending up here, or even in Portugal, places like that, where they can get a visa just as a, like, I forgot what it's even called. It's kind of a funny term, but it's like if you're a person who makes things with a certain set of skills, you're a valuable person. And I think different, even if you're not really doing anything, if you're not gonna have a job, but how did I do that wrong twice in a row? So I guess it might be annoying, but it would probably be possible for me to get some kind of longish termish visa somewhere, I guess. And then depending on where you are, different rules can let you become a permanent resident. I mean, if you have money, you can live wherever you want. Portugal has, like, I forget what they're called. People call them golden visas, I think, but these all suck. I hate all these. What a waste. What a terrible waste. Definitely have zero interest in this. All bad. All bad. But anyway, you can, like, buy your way into citizenship in Portugal, for example. I'm interested in Portugal. I just don't know that I feel like... I think there's lots of things about it that seem good, but as far as, like, a place to live out the apocalypse as I get older, I don't know if that's quite the right place to do that. Yeah, New Zealand seems lovely on paper until you like understand their housing crisis. It's not unlike the Canadian housing crisis. You just can't. Just does not seem like a place a normal human could buy a house. Maybe, I mean, whatever. That's my very outsider's perspective, of course, but that's how it feels. It feels like a human could not buy a house in New Zealand. And, you know, when you're also thinking in terms of the climate apocalypse, I would have more trust for New Zealand's leadership, I guess, in the handling of our impending climate apocalypse, much more than I would, for example, Australia's current leadership. But who knows? That could flip. It could flip in any moment. It could flip in a second. Okay, we need one more. I need some miners. I need a miner with a heart of gold. I guess my just instinct says Scandinavia. I don't know. I mean, it's funny because there's a part where it's like, where do I think would be interesting to live, or where am I drawn to culturally, or where just like totally subjectively would be interesting to me. There's that conversation, and then there's the conversation of like, okay, on paper, do the math, like figure out, make some spreadsheets, figure out the pros and cons of living places, and work it all out, and whatever. Like not that that's truly objective, but at least a objective mindset. And it's a different list. There are different lists. Like that subjective list, I guess, doesn't really draw me, for example, to want to live in Scandinavia. Or maybe it should. Should have gotten some more aluminum while I was in the aluminum department. I wanna live, I wanna kill. I've been a miner for a heart of gold. Did I put that facing the wrong way? Which is my main hobby in this game, is to mix up splitters and mergers and then put them where they're facing the wrong way. It's just kind of how I like to play this game. Sort of my personal strategy is to always screw it up, because they're so poorly visually distinct from each other, and in their orientation are not. I don't find them. And whatever, I get it. That's an excuse, but it's a problem I don't seem to have with every other item in the game. So. I don't know. I guess I just try not to think about it too hard and just buy a house next year, right? Is that what you do? Is that how you live life? And another merger here, so we're just ready to go. I forgot what I was doing. A wire factory. Do that merger wrong? Did I do these wrong? Because these are supposed to be... Wait, did I do this all wrong? These mergers need to spit out sideways. Oh boy. Always goofing off with the mergers. Sideways. Sideways. Forward. Okay. I have so little hope that the U.S. is going to get any of this right in my lifetime. Japan would be lovely. Yeah, my brother was stationed in South Korea, and the timing didn't work to ever go. I should have just gone to lived with him for a while, but timing didn't work out. Yeah, I'm definitely drawn to Japan and South Korea, just from sort of a, I don't know, social, cultural standpoint, or whatever that's worth, which is maybe not too much, but if I had a reason to go, that would help. And so, yeah, I don't know if I finished that thought, but like as far as a external reason to go do a thing, it would probably be like an academic appointment or something like that, or if I decided to try to go get a PhD somewhere in another country, or who knows? Who knows? Okay, we got a lot of these, we got a lot of these, and now what are we doing? We're falling down because we just don't have any power cables over here, so we can't fly. That's what we're doing. So, I don't know if I want to use this right away, but here we are. Is this really what we said we were going to do? We're going to try to make the wire. That means we really kind of have to run conveyor belt all the way. Probably 2 tiers of the high speed, which will sort of suck because it's not close. It's not painfully far. We got a train track there. We can kind of follow the train track, but it's definitely not close. So we can get into the valley, but I just don't know that there's much point of trying to load train cars with this, just because the amount... It's because the numbers are nuts. So, I don't know. Actually, you know what? I said I didn't have any easy answers. I actually do have some easy answers. That seems so obvious to me, but whatever. Like, Medicare for all seems so easy if you just... And whatever. I mean, I probably wouldn't even really benefit from it, but that's fine with me. Who cares if I benefit from it personally? If you just, every year, lower... Start at the high end, whatever it is, 55, 65, I can't remember. Every year, make that 1 year lower. And also start coming up from the bottom for infants. And that gives you 25 years to actually figure it out. Ish. 25, 30 years, I guess it depends on exactly where you start. You could move every 2 years, whatever. But you basically have 30 years. It would be a political win, but that's not how it works. Think of how much lobbying the insurance companies do to make sure that that doesn't happen. Well, wait a minute. Before you say people love the ACA, which people are you talking about? Because there is a huge portion of people in the middle of this country that will basically spit on the ground when they say Obamacare. Obamacare? Puh. I mean, basically, if you hear someone call it Obamacare, you know that it's coming with a sneer. And of course, they don't actually understand it or what the. I hate it. In principle, it's a stupid idea. It's mandatory insurance through a private insurer, and then a government subsidy that pays that middleman instead of just cutting it out. So it's nonsense. It's terrible. It's such a stupid American solution, but it's certainly better than nothing. Yeah, of course, people with it not realizing that, yeah, I hate Obamacare. Oh, wait, that's what I have? Yeah, whatever. It's all asinine. But it's so, yeah, the premise is disgustingly stupid, which is we'll make this thing mandatory and then we'll pay for it instead of just... But yeah, it's cutting out the middleman, but of course the middleman has probably paid billions or trillions of dollars to lobby to make sure that doesn't happen. But I mean, but you know, we set these goals all the time. Not that they're well respected or met, but we set goals. At least we set goals Well, they couldn't dismantle it. They tried. They just literally didn't have any better ideas. They tried repeatedly, and it came down to one vote, and it was basically just an FU from John McCain, right? Like basically his dying act was an FU to Mitch McConnell. To, um, so yeah, thanks John McCain, I guess. Um, I mean, I guess me personally, thanks Sean McCain, because if I didn't have the Affordable Health Care Act, like my infusions are something like $6,000 each, maybe more than that, and I need them every 8 weeks. So, and that doesn't even count like all the tests, all the stuff like MRIs, colonoscopies, all that stuff. That's also thousands of dollars. So, Liz Cheney, that's great. Yeah, she's no longer Republican. I don't know if you know this. The Wyoming Senate, I'm pretty sure, voted to no longer recognize her as a Republican. So I don't know what she is at the moment. I don't actually know where that landed. Quickwire Stater. It's kind of interesting. I'm sort of tempted by this. It's just our plastic situation is not great. It's not tremendously great. But, you know, that's kind of interesting. It's just a lot of quickwire. I thought we're not really hurting for stators at the moment. Supercomputers. This is a terrible recipe. This recipe's insanely difficult. I guess you get more computers, but what a... I mean, I don't know. The one we have below that we're using is actually not trivial. It just worked out that we happen to have those cooling units nearby. I'm gonna go with this. I don't know. I feel like I'm bottom of the barrel. Okay, so what are we trying to do? What are we thinking of doing? We're thinking of this. So what I actually should have done, probably, is not this at all. It bothers me the way this lines up, but here we are. Then we want to merge thusly. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. But to me, the lower... So, yeah, the thing I was going to say is we do things with climate change all the time where we set dates, where it's like, by this date... I mean, some of them are just goals and not, like, meaningful legislation, but I think some of them, there's at least some attempts at meaningful, like, by this date, we will meet these goals regarding, you know, emissions or whatever the specific metric is, but that's a thing we do, and I don't really understand why we can't do that with healthcare, where it's like, okay, by 2030 we will lower the Medicare qualifying age. You know, it will by 2030, if it'll be not just, I forget if it's 55 above or 65 above. I want to say 65, but basically it'll be 10 years lower than it currently is, and kids 0 to 5 will get it, right? Like, and just do it in stages. And that gives plenty of time. I mean, they'll hate it and they'll lobby against it, but whatever. They'll all be dead eventually. For the insurance industry and all the people complaining about jobs, whatever, all that to set up. People are gonna... nobody likes the insurance industry except the insurance industry. No one will miss it if it is phased out in a reasonable way. Of course, we've seen that the oil and gas industry has fought kicking and screaming every step of the way to do that, but their obsolescence is eventually guaranteed. I hope. Okay, so I guess we just have a track of assemblers here. So, I don't know. I guess it's easy to just say these things, but... The meet in the middle thing seems so sensible and so obvious. Meet in the middle in terms of chronologically. I mean, not a compromise between warring factions. There's no reason to meet in the middle with the insurance industry. I guess unless you are a senator who has a nice beach house because of money from the insurance industry, then of course you want to. So what do we want to do? We want to... I'm going to do the stacked splitter thing, I guess. We just need to kind of think about how we want to do it in a way that isn't terrible. Because it always ends up being a little terrible, I think. Is that actually enough room? Who can say? I think it is. Those placed symmetrically. I think they are. Nope, they're not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It just doesn't really feel like it's going to happen. It doesn't feel like anything good is going to happen in this country. It feels like it's going to continue more deeply into an authoritarian nightmare, and most people won't mind because they'll be in the metaverse. People who can afford to. Facebook will sell them whatever reality they want. So why would they care about real reality? Easy peasy. Have that nice artisanal air piped into your headset. Wrong, always wrong. Just cannot seem to place these correctly. And the fact that it just arbitrarily changes the orientation sometimes does not help. And I really am not sure about what I'm doing. That bears repeating. And I was talking about the game, not my life, but it also applies too. It's gonna happen. Gotta have it. I mean, it's got to go one or two ways, and I don't know which one will hit first. Actually, I think I know, because I don't think people prioritize smell enough to really want to invest in the technology of like synthetic smells the way that we've invested in the technology of synthetic visuals and synthetic sounds. Like we've had synthetic visuals and synthetic sounds for a really long time, like 150 years. So we really like that. If we really cared about synthetics, and I mean like on-demand synthetic smells. Of course we love synthetic smells, and we've done that for thousands of years probably. I just mean like on-demand, instantly reproducible synthetic smells. We just haven't. That's just seemingly not a priority for us, and I don't anticipate that it will be. But once we have like, once we can just have our spinal cord plugs with spinal cord stimulation, we might as well cram the smells in there too, right? As long as we're going to stimulate your nervous system to see and hear and feel things, we might as well hit all the senses. The thing that will be interesting to see, and maybe we'll just follow like, food additives, is there's always been a trajectory with these synthetic, maybe synthetic isn't the right word, but because often they're reproduced, they're not purely synthetic, they're like recorded and reconstituted, kind of like reconstituted visuals, reconstituted sounds. There's always a fidelity compromise, of course, especially early on in the technology, where like sound quality early on not so great, visual quality of early visual media, not so great. So does that mean like the first round of these on-demand smell things are just not going to quite get there? They're not going to be quite right. But I guess that's true with most artificial flavors, even as they stand. So yeah, I mean, obviously we've been doing synthetic smells and flavors for a long time. Just not the on-demand thing that we can do with sights and sounds, I guess. If that is a meaningful distinction, I think it is. Okay, how are we doing this time? I don't even know. Like this, I guess. And then what are we doing with all these? Was this a total waste of time? I don't know, because again, if you look up there in the corner, we're just kind of ticking away. Yeah, that was not right. I don't know why things just love to snap to the wrong place in this game. They love it. Snap between those two things and go this way, right? Snap between... Is that right? Is that where that thing is? Those two things and go this way? Which doesn't seem right. Okay, are these not actually symmetrical? Is that what my problem is? Or was I a little closer here? This one is right up to the boundary. This one is slightly past the boundary. So how did that... Where is my symmetry failing me? Are we slightly closer in on this side than that side? Yes, we are. Another MAM result, but I'm in the middle of building things and then tearing them down immediately because they're slightly asymmetrical, which is sort of most of what I do in this game. Is that where it goes? That doesn't seem right. Because it isn't. I don't know why this is so hard. It's just hard for me. Is this the game not very good at it? That's wrong. Okay, I want to be... Is the snapping different on one side versus the other or something? Or does it slightly move when I place it? Or what is my problem? Oh, I guess it drops slightly. That still doesn't look perfectly symmetrical to me, but oh well. Let's just try to go with it. That's this side wrong. So I don't know what you were snapping to before. Also, you're a merger. Also, you're supposed to go that way. Yeah, it's just... I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's confused about snapping to the... Good grief. Why? Why can't you just snap? Just snap. Look, you're right there. I'm holding the snap button. It's like you get to the edge and you just don't want to do it anymore. Is it so much to ask? Is it so much to ask for these things to align? Maybe it is. Okay, so... That doesn't look right, but I don't want to replace it again. What's your problem? Why don't you connect there? Is this the wrong thing? No, merger is facing the wrong way. Just not great. Okay, please go that way. Is it me? Maybe it's just me. And what are we doing here? We're making... I don't even know anymore. Quick wire? Used quick wire? $7.5, 37.5, 90. Yeah, so that's 180 immediately just from two of these. So we're going to need some faster belts, for sure. So let's try to just quickly build. Two more assemblers. Can we build more than that? Can. Should we keep going? — 90, 90, 90, 270, 540. Nine times 763. 9 times 8, 72. Should we? Maybe we should just do it. Even though I just went through all the trouble to place those, I think we should just forget it. Place some more. If we have the business, which I think we do. Okay. I don't think we have enough to actually, like our raw materials. I think we are not in good shape. Trying to do all this, but let's just get it set up just so we are ready. This one's backwards for inexplicable reasons. And you're going to split that way. You're going to split. You're going to split. Did I actually line them up? Who can say? Oh, we need another stack. Split. 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 By the time I finish this, it just won't matter because we'll be done. But you know, maybe I'll play this game when the next update comes out. Maybe I'll just need so much quickwire, even though I really should be focused on modular frames at the moment. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Okay, that looks fine. Let's get some more power. All the fancy cookware. Nope. Wrong recipe. Okay, those are just packed up, so that's fine. Let's make a bunch of mergers, and hopefully these just snap where we want them. I hope. Okay. That's all good. So we really don't want to merge these because we're going to try to get to insane throughput, right? So what we just did would be 360 on each side. So actually we could do that on a single, but I kind of feel like if we're going to go through the trouble, we should set this up so we could double this throughput. You know? Again, I really don't think, I mean, obviously we're not making even sort of enough stuff at the moment, so. But basically where we'd have 720 per side, that would be a lot. Be a lot of wire. We probably don't actually have what it takes to do that, so maybe we should do some math and figure this out. So right now at 240, So we have 240 out. So we're currently using 90. So even 3 of those would be 270. We'd already be pushing it, but we can overclock that much. That's not an unreasonable amount to overclock. So let's get some more smelters. I mean, maybe eventually we want to fully overclock, but I mean, just for now, it seems not bad to just try this. Why is this asymmetrical? Who knows? Who knows? Because I place things in this game and it seems like they're snapping to something meaningful, and then I look at this and it's asymmetrical and it makes me mad. Stuff just does not snap where I want it to snap. Most of the time, I would say. In fact, basically all of the time. It's very rare that things actually snap where I want them to snap in this game. Again, maybe it's me, but I have high standards for snapping. Very high standards for snapping. Maya, terrible program, pretty good snapping. Illustrator, generally bad snapping. Generally disappointing snapping. Fusion 360, pretty good snapping. Quite good snapping. Not perfect snapping, but overall, points for snapping. Okay, and I put something backwards here, and you can't just rotate these. So I have to tear all this apart. And you can never rely on things reconnecting when you place new splitters or mergers. So. And I delete the wrong thing all the time. I mean, I know some of it's me, but just wish it was a little better. They're not really problems I remember having in Factorio. Like this kind of stuff, just laying belts kind of stuff. Not so much confusion. And maybe easier to just go over the top of something and correct the mistakes. So, I know, very different game, but just as a point of comparison, it's not a major problem for me in that game. Okay, so now we've said we're hitting, this should be 270, right? So, we want to overclock this at least a touch. Well, that was a lot. Let's just do 270 for now. Okay, so if we have, let's say we got 270 here. We have a 5-to-1 ratio. Is that really true? We have a 5-to-1 ratio? Sure do. But these produce 100 each. That's too much copper. That's too much copper. It's not going to work on a single belt. Well. All right. What did we say? Is that actually true? No, that's not true because we're only 15 each here. So that's 45. So that's 90. So we're really only 90. So 9 times 5 would be 450. So we really only need to produce 450 here. So we really just need 5 foundries. I don't know if we have the stuff for 5 foundries. We can go grab some. And go shopping. Oh no, modular frames. Why did it have to be modular frames? Of all the things it could have been. Why modular frames? I didn't actually pay attention. How many do we need? Want 2 more foundries? So this will give us the 5-to-1 ratio. Is that true? 15 times 6, same as 3 times 30. 90. And I do 450. And these 100 each, so it's 4, and then one of them at only half capacity. At least to start with. I think those numbers check out. I feel like there was a time when I was very confident with math in my head, and then I don't know. I've got sort of like a struggle that I have in my life, or just that I've gone back and forth with a fair amount, I guess, is I don't know, like a lack of confidence in first calculations. I actually remember that this is kind of a long story, but I had some tests done on me when I was a kid, and one of the things that came from that was, it was a weird test, so it'd take a little while to explain, but one of the things they were testing for was clerical speed, like just basically how quickly you could like correlate numbers and like churn through things of that nature. And what it really, I mean, this is my perspective on it, what it really relied on was a confidence that your first it was kind of two things. Of course, there was accuracy, which was important, but it was also speed. And part of the speed was that you were kind of confident enough that on your first result was right. And I was actually a bit slow on that because I kept feeling like I had to double check, and it was actually better to not double check. And I think, I don't remember exactly how it worked out, but I think actually accuracy may have been less important than speed, at least the way that it was measured. Anyway, I don't remember exactly, but they were kind of at odds with each other, right? Because it's like you'd think, well, accuracy is important, so I need to double check this, but speed is also important, so I can't double check it. Anyway, so there's times where I've tried to cultivate one over the other, I guess, and that's always a problem with when I need to do mental math. I think for a long time I really got into like, oh, I have to double check that. And even if it, still mentally, it's like I do the calculation in my head and then I'm like, wait, now I need to do the calculation in my head and follow a different path to arrive at the result. And it made me feel like I was getting slow at doing math in my brain. And I'm sure that like spreadsheets and calculators and all that stuff being so easily available maybe also contributed to that, but I even find that as a problem when it's like, oh, whatever, enter the verification code sent to your email. And I slow myself down by feeling like I need to double check that or whatever. Okay, so we are now... confused is what we are. These are all producing, that should be producing 90. So one of these does need to be moved to 50%. So anyway, I don't know. I've been trying to get a little better at that and just go back to like trying to force some confidence. at the X-Men school, they didn't. I was kind of I don't know. That was a weird experience. Have I told you about that? I'm sure I've talked about it before, but it was the Johnson O'Connor Human Engineering Resource Laboratory. And you could be sent there and they would like do tests, but they weren't cool tests like, can you burn a hole through this steel plate with your mind? It was like, can you do this dexterity test with tweezers? Then can you do this dexterity test with your bare hand? It was stuff like that. But I did, in my mind, I do kind of think of it like lovingly as X-Men school, even though it was not really X-Men school. It just has a cool name. Okay, what are we doing? We're just all backed up, right? That's our whole thing here. So we're just fully backed up because we're doing nothing with this stuff. So, but our outputs are kind of a concern. Okay, so let's actually make sure this math works. So we're producing 90, which that's, I don't know how much we use here. So we're not even close, right? We're only using, that would be 15, 30, 60. So we'd need another set of these. Another set of 8. or sorry, another set of 4. Is that true? Is that true? That would give us 5 on a side. And so it would basically be 10 times that. That still isn't right. That gives us 15. That gives us 30. That gives us 45. That gives us 60. So no, it would need another 4. Because then it would be 6 on a side, 12 total. So there'd be the 6, 12 times 7.5, or 6 times 15, or 3 times 30, which would be 90. So we need another 8. I know I don't know. I feel like I didn't. It was pretty funny because I was tested with another group of people that I worked with, and some of them got very specific. The general premise I actually like the premise of this place was, I'm sure I've talked about this before, but the general premise was everybody has things that they are like good at, and they don't even really even necessarily get into like, are you innately good at it, or is it just like part of your upbringing or whatever, like nature versus nurture. I don't really feel like they got into, but they basically said everybody has a subset of things that they're good at and a set of things they're bad at, and then the vast majority of things people are just mediocre at, right? And which makes total sense if you just think of like whatever the bell curve distribution of ability at most things. Probably most people are in the middle of that distribution, and then there's outliers for any given task where some people are going to suck at it and some people are going to be good at it. But most people, their premise was most people are mediocre at most things, are good at a handful of things, and bad at a handful of things. And the best thing you can do in terms of finding a career is find a job, even if most of the job is just stuff you're mediocre at. Find a job that has that does leverage some things you are good at, because then you will feel good about doing them, and avoids things that you are bad at, because you will feel bad about that. And so it's a pretty simple premise that I think is at least subjectively sound. I feel like that's a thing you could kind of sort of agree with as like, okay, it makes sense. Yeah, I would generally agree that most people seem to enjoy doing things that they don't suck at. And so anyway, so that part seemed like pretty like a sound starting point. And then the place where it maybe, it gets progressively more subjective from there, which is like, okay, well, we're going to come up with a list of what all human abilities are, basically. Like, here's a list of all things humans can do, which of course is like very subjective and very compressed, but they came up with basically, here's our list of what humans are capable of, at least in the lens of having a vocation or a career, which I guess is a more constrained space. And then, but anyway, yeah, obviously kind of subjective there. And then after that, we're going to come up with tests that tell us whether you're good or bad at whatever thing X, Y, or Z is. And then obviously, by that time you're getting even more subjective, because you've come up with this fake list of what humans are good at, and then now you're coming up with fake tests to test those things. But whatever, they had their system. And then what you're supposed to do is you go there for a few days and you do all these tests, and they tell you, based on the tests, you are good at these things and you are bad at these things. And so here's our third subjective thing, maybe fourth, I guess, depending on where you started counting. Here's a list of career paths that are a good path for you that will balance being good at most parts of it, or being good at some parts of it, mediocre at most parts of it, probably, but only bad at some parts. So basically, again, very subjective. They come up with this list of careers, figure out how it matches the list. And the end result is basically they tell you, here's what you should do with your life based on this list of things that you are good and or bad at. Have a nice life. Like that's kind of what you're paying for. And I didn't pay for this. I was sent there by an employer who I feel like really just did it for probably to some extent, if not most of it just for his own entertainment, just to see what it said about all of us. And so, yeah, it was an interesting experience that had outcomes that I do still think about. I mean, if nothing else, I would say it was a very interesting experience for like personal introspection, like a introspective tool. I think it was interesting, which is what I think of most of those things in that realm. Even things like Myers-Briggs is basically not any more real, any more valid, or has no greater basis in reality than astrology. Like Myers-Briggs is also just totally made up to subjective things, but people like it because people like whatever constrained identities and archetypes that they can use for themselves. Anyway, that was the experience, and clerical speed was one of the tests. Okay, now what? Well, we did all this work, so now what? How much wire are we producing? Probably way too much, right? Because we have 90 per minute. 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 540 per side, so we really can't put them together. We could get more on individual, especially if we went to, but even we already have too much for Mark 4. So we should be on Mark 5 on this. So we just need to go grab a ton of aluminum, I guess. And this is a part of the game that especially sucks. The thing I'm about to do is one of my least favorite parts of the game. Is trying to place these and then see if you place them correctly in a way that the game will let you use them. Which I feel like mostly it doesn't. It doesn't want you to. So in this case, it says the conveyor belt's too steep. So let me just delete these, and I guess we'll try again. Maybe put them on top of this thing. Just sucks. Like these I like these stacked things. I think they're kind of useful, but okay, and I can't draw from that way because it's backwards. So let's try drawing from this direction. Will it let me? Okay, it's going to kind of complain about it, but... And then now we have to get all the way back home. And I should just run power as I do this. I really probably should have built a buffer here. In fact, I guess I'll shoot. I should have built a buffer so this just could be working while I'm doing this, you know, just so we can back some up. But I guess I'll just do that down here. This buffer down here. Provided I can make an industrial storage container. Of course I can't. Of course I don't have any pipe. There's no pipe over here. We need a pipe at this hour. Kidding me? Pipe. And this is so annoying, in fact, that... Do I have enough to get away with this? Like, it'd be kind of nice to just do this. So the thing that really sucks is it's just really hard to know. Unless maybe I do... I didn't bring power down here. It's just hard to know where to draw those things. Like, where can you draw them that is not too far away? So the only way I really know how to do it is try to hover right over it, and then grab the thing and go like this. And as long as you're going in a straight line, there will just be a point where it doesn't draw that little thing, and you just have to kind of try to hit it. And then place this one on top. And then switch to this, and then hope that you did it right. Except it always wants to draw the wrong way. And I didn't bring any power. Gotta remember to do that as well. They call me Dr. Okay, I'm just gonna keep zooping, I guess. I should put all of this on one set of shortcuts. Okie dokie. I'm gonna go here, kind of hover over here. Just so slow. Turn around here. I don't know why it's complaining every time, like we're hitting something. Did I accidentally go around the backwards? It loves to do that. I don't know. Should I put this on a train? That'd be better. Forgot power once again. And it will just take the rest of my natural life to get back to where I want to go. I guess I'm going to follow this train valley because we do have some conveyors set out once we get to the valley. It's pretty far away though. It's pretty good. I just wish there was like better tools for doing this particular thing. Or if you could draw normal conveyors and then edit those to add the stack, that would be fine too, but I don't think you can do that. I think you basically have to do it this way. I mean, it would actually be great if I could have conveyors and then it was easy to just snap these, because then I would know that the distance was valid and it would be much easier. And by the time we get to the valley, those things are going to be done, right? That's just how this is going to go. Probably. Zoobly zoo. Oh no. I wonder if I'll get DMCA'd if I play the Zoobly Zoo song. Can't afford and overlapping. Is it because of this stupid thing in my way? Come on, no one cares about that thing. Just want to see if it will even let me do it. Alright, we just need to go to the aluminum store and get a ton of aluminum. We're not too far from it. Just come back. Just aluminum the hell out of this. Oh my gosh, look how far. We have to go so far. We have to go so far. It would just be so much faster to just make it a mess. Like our main... Oh my gosh. And actually we don't really go all the way in with those conveyor belts. We like have a weird up. We go up with the copper. No, it looks like we did add some... I can't remember now. We could follow that same path. It will just take forever to get over there. Forever. And the copper is not double stacked. Right? This copper tubing, so it's not ready. I thought we had a double stacked track there. Ugh. It's not fun. It just sucks. It's just not. It's just a bad experience. Like laying that is a bad experience. It does a bad job of letting you know if it's in the right place. It's annoying that it's multiple steps that you're trying to manage. It's just not very good. Very, very disappointing. But it just feels not worthwhile to put it on the train because the volume's too high. I mean, it does stack a lot. I guess that would be a thing we could do, is just get it to the train and have a whole dedicated train car. Because it does at least stack to 500. 2 stacks a minute. I just don't think the train moves fast enough. See, we do have an empty freight spot here. I don't even know what's in that other. We should have actually have 2 empty freight cars here. I don't know why there's anything on the train. So it's either try to get it all the way from here to home, which would suck, for sure, or it is make a new train car, get it on the train, and send the train like a train car that's purely wire. We'd have to add new train stations and have to be really careful about how they lined up, because that changes. Since the train goes in both directions, if you add a car to one end, you have to kind of fully adjust how the train stations work. I don't really want to redo my train stations. Really should have just built it with 4. The alternative is to spend the rest of my natural life trying to lay out these stupid double stacked things that are just so tedious. Huh. They have a zoop. Can I zoop these? Okay. Well, you can vertically zoop, so I guess that's good. I'll take a vertical zoop. So that's good to know. I will kudos to the developers for adding a vertical zoop. Probably stop streaming pretty soon. I'm out of stuff. Just fly, please. Okay, what can we do? Zoop or not zoop are 2 options. I have no concrete, so I can't do this anymore. Great. So, should have brought some concrete, I guess. Well, it's good to know you can zoop that. Still really don't want to do this. Okay, let's go upgrade all this stuff. Guess we could send a drone, but again, I just feel like the drone's not gonna... Drone is so slow and has such low capacity. Train has more capacity. We already filled the buffer. Oh yeah, we didn't do the buffer because I don't have any steel. Oops. It was just easier to gauge the distance. We could just like go down the hill, zooping all the way. Although now we don't have any concrete, so we can't do that. But it only shows that line if you're moving in a straight line, and if you rotate it, I think that line goes away. Also, it would be nice. There's like wall-mounted conveyors. It'd be kind of nice to mount them. Maybe you'd mount them next to the tracks or something. I don't know. I don't know what the right solution is. I just know I don't like it. Okay, I have concrete here somewhere. If trucks weren't terrible, I would use trucks, but I just find them... I mean, I'm sure people use trucks and love them. It's no issue, but just really did not like the truck experience. What's going on here? Why is there no aluminum? What? Why is there no aluminum coming down the mountain? How could that happen? That's a major problem. I mean, fortunately, I think it just happens to be that the advanced whatever control unit doesn't use aluminum. But how? What? We must have backed up on something, but what could we have backed up on? Yeah, I like this train works pretty well. I wasn't really sold on the train when I built it. If I had been, I probably would have just committed to 4 cars at the time. Probably what I should have done. That might be the thing to do. It's just such a pain. I feel like I could build a 4th car and tear up my train station, tear up all my train stations in the time that it would take me, in less time, probably far less time than it would take me to build conveyor belts all the way home. Trying to think what actually goes on the car. Yeah, the issue being you can't load and unload from the same place. Okay, so this is terrible. How is this even possible? How could this have happened? Why can't I go in this tube? These are all questions that I have. Why can't I? Hey, let me in. What? Why? What's your problem? What? Oh, is this not an entrance? Is that the problem? Oh, my mistake. Somehow I have no steel. Wait, that's not right. It's encased beams. Okay, couple things. One, we really don't have any MAM updates yet? We do. Okay. A new rotor is interesting. New rotor, huh? 3 rotors, but with copper sheets. And copper sheets... I think I like that. I'll take a copper rotor. I have some encased aluminum, encased these guys, yeah. Kyle, are you serious? Type to unblur, bits to unblur for free. Kyle, why do you do this to me? Why do you treat me like this? Why do you come in and just
every message?
Why do you just come in and break my heart like this? Oh, like blur the whole video feed? I see. Well, it's not quite the same as what... I mean, heat would let you do that on parts of the screen. So I feel like the heat's... Why does Lyran board, whatever it's called, why don't they want me to get money? Kyle, how are you, by the way? I'm mad at you, but also, happy holidays. Why is Lyran board always cramping my style? What do I want from Santa? I want Lyran board to stop cramping my style. Actually, you know what I want from Santa? It's not going to happen, but maybe it'll happen from someone else that I know with a beard. Which is, I want this. If anybody wants to buy me a Christmas present. Wait, what was that? Was I oh no, was there a Happy Holidays deal or something? It's probably them talking about their shipping times. Yeah. Okay. I would like specifically this, the Journeyman. Where's the Journeyman? This one. Although, I don't know, what's the difference between these two? Just the... Oh, I see, 50 millimeter on the tubing. But the dimensions of this, yeah, are only 32 by 32. So this is the one. What do I want to make with it? Kind of everything. Like I for whatever reason, I don't know. I would like a laser cutter eventually, but I feel like this I would like to make furniture with it. I would like to make enclosures for projects with it. I would like to make pieces of art with it. There's so many things I would like to do with this. I would like to do metal, some metal milling with it. It's pretty funny that it comes with a joypad to control it, what it does. Yeah, actually, I feel like they do a pretty poor job of like showing you what it is capable of. And most of the people on YouTube that have one, I think they got them for free under the requirement that they only have terrible taste. Like if you have good taste, you're not allowed to do anything. Um, Anything on YouTube.
Hey guys, it's Ben with
Hey,
Myers
Ben.
Woodshop.
With a any CNC router in this realm, in this range, this price range, you can only do things that are in very poor taste. In fact, here's a good example. Let's check out Instagram. And let's search for, are you kidding me? Just let me in. Just let me look at your stuff. Mm-hmm. Just so many people love to make such tasteless things. So let's see, one Infinity CNC. Maybe I'll be shocked. Maybe there'll be some good stuff, but it's generally like you get a lot of stuff in sort of the live, laugh, love realm. A lot of like very like Michael's Crafts, just cut out silhouettes of things. Oh, that's pretty cool. I mean, I like that. That's okay. Whole lot of stuff for like grandma's craft fair with American flags or like signs that say like, you know, Nana's Kitchen made with love or like Andy, like yeah, there's lots of things for like kids rooms. Lots of things for like um you know, like Derek's man cave or whatever. But you could make anything with it. It's just for some reason people they want to make cutting boards. Lots of patriotic PCB milling on that is pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive. PCB end mills are so tiny that they break just by looking at them. Yeah, lots of like like American flags with police department stuff on them. Cool skulls. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Lots of bad stuff made with it, but you could make good stuff with it. You could. You don't have to make like the live, laugh, love stuff and cutting boards. Lots of sports. Sports is pretty common. Lots of sports paraphernalia. I mean, you want to know when you're entering Derek's man cave. That's true. The last thing I want to do is like walk into Derek's man cave without warning. Um, it does actually pretty like I think this is nice. Like pretty intricate. That's pretty impressive. These are bar bar stool tops. They're gonna fill them with resin or something. You have to sit. You just sit on this and get a butt print of this. That's a little weird. Maybe, but yeah, there's so much of this kind of stuff. But you can use it for cutting. You can use it for carving. You can mill metal with it within reason. Maybe just aluminum. You can use it for like inlays, where you cut a positive. Yeah, Susie's she shed. Sue's she shed. Which I don't know what a she shed is. Is that like the counterpart to Derek's man cave? It's like you got Derek's man cave, you got Sue's she shed down by the seashore. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be so critical. Maybe all of these people are making a killing at the craft fair, right? Like maybe all of these people are making bank at the church bazaar. Did you do an inlay in your floor? That's actually kind of impressive. How did you do that on the floor? Okay. I mean, probably they. The thing I'm imagining is they set the router on the floor and milled their floor directly, which would be an insane person thing to do. So they probably didn't do that. Bill Powers, how's it going? Um, you're probably right. I mean, I would say that most. It's nice to see you. Welcome. Happy holidays. Um, I mean, it's a very similar thing in the 3D printing world. Is people just don't know how to do the designs, and so they just download them from Thingiverse. I think probably a lot of this is similar. I would also think that probably a lot of people that are like trying to actually use this as a tool in production maybe aren't uh, posting every little thing to social media. Making some furniture pieces maybe. But I guess the thing that surprises me is that there's plenty of designs. That's kind of nice. It's like purple stained wood. Um, there's plenty of designs for flat packed furniture. So I would have thought if it was an overlap with like the 3D print crowd who just want to download a thing from Thingiverse and print it, that people would be doing, particularly on the Journeyman, the model that I'm into with the 4 foot wide bed, that there would be more people cutting flat pack furniture. But I mean, at least a cursory glance of the Onefinity CNC Instagram tag, I don't think I saw any flat pack furniture. And I think it's a new enough thing that I don't know that it's really, I mean, this particular device, and especially this model of this device, maybe it just hasn't propagated into the world quite enough. But anyway, this is what Kyle is going to buy me for Christmas. I actually do like this guy. These videos are not bad. Um, he's pretty interesting. He has interesting like setup stuff, but the stuff he makes not really my jam all the time. Like this.
When we were
This,
kids, Superman was our
well,
hero.
never mind. This that was a silhouette of a buffalo that said "Wild Thing" on it. It's not really what I'm after. Okay, so I've forgotten what we're doing, but we did just get a MAM upgrade. Bill, what did you ask Santa for? Okay, useless. That's useless. Let's go with these. This is pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Home equity line of credit. What are you going to do with it? What will you use your credit for? To build a shop with a Onefinity CNC router? That's my recommendation. Okay, right. Actually, we came up here because something horrible had happened and we were getting 0 aluminum. That's why I came up here. What was I gonna make something? Now I don't remember what I was doing. Truly do not. I know there was a problem, and I came up here to try to solve the problem, and then I was gonna make something, and we needed some encased beams, maybe? Who knows? Who knows? Okay, this is terrible. What could have happened? Either for this to happen, we have silica, so it seems like our alumina production is effed. I'm gonna guess it's a water problem. Is my... Oh yeah, this is horrible. Everything's ruined. Is it a water problem? No, we're maxed out on alumina. Maxed out on alumina, so it's not water. Is it a coal problem? We have so much water. Seemingly have so much coal. We have nowhere for this water to go, and it's breaking everything. Is that what's happening here? So that's frustrating because I thought I had this perfectly balanced. So, oh really? What CNC is there? CNC you're interested in? So this is 150, 150. So this is 300 cubic meters of water that we're producing. We currently require 125. That's 250. 500, right? Did I do that correctly? We require, yeah, 4 times 150 is 500. We're outputting 300 here, so we only need 200 from down here. And we have 4 of these, so these should be set to 50 each, and I really thought I did that. $50, $50. So that's annoying because that, by the numbers, the water appears to be perfectly balanced. Is there something else that is wrong? The problem is you can't, there's like no overflow for water. I mean, we could package it, I guess, and then throw it in the trash, but like once water can't go anywhere, you have an issue. And there's no way to like make sure water only flows one direction or whatever. So this sucks. But if I do that, then presumably we will get back to business. Yeah, I heard it turn back on. Bummer. I don't really know what to do about this. I thought I had this perfectly balanced. Just to check again, 150. Wait, I'm sorry. I did the math wrong. Why is this? No, it's 125, 250, 375, 500, minus, we're getting 150 back, 300. We only need 200. That was 50 each, so that should be 200. So we should have a perfectly balanced water supply. And that's like really what it locked us up was this water's output. And so which currently wraps around here and just sits on this end here and should, yeah, it's a little hard because it doesn't let you do like one-way water or anything like that. Oh, are you looking at serious? Are you getting serious? Oh my gosh. Well, that's incredible. That's those look great. Those look a little costly. Cool. Okay, that's a little more in the realm of like, okay, I see. So they go down into like something more like a human. It is nice. The range I'm looking in are the weird ones that have, you just like drop in a Makita router. But you can eventually upgrade them to a spindle. What's the bed size on this? So you can get a 2x4. I don't know. 10 G's. I feel like if I was gonna spend 10 G's, I mean it's a different class of product. It's like not, but I don't know. I don't feel like I need a fully industrial machine, but maybe a Shopbot. I mean, those get real expensive too, huh? Depending on what you choose. Okay, never mind. 25. I guess I wasn't thinking of it in terms of all of the stuff, or even just the baseline. Oh, why is everything so expensive? Everything's so costly. Okay, but that one seems not too crazy in that range you showed me. There's an X carve in that range. What's the? Yeah, I guess so. Like that 150 is very new, and the thing that seems so appealing to me about it is that it is screw driven and not belt driven on all three axes, and it just seems, I mean, they haven't been out for very long and not a ton of people have them, but it just seems like it makes for a, I mean, it is not, does not appear to have this level of industrial rigidity, but it's close to a third of the price of this, and I just don't think I need industrial rigidity. I mean, you get a real spindle here. It is liquid cooled. Ball screw on all axes. Seems like a nice thing, but it is close to 3 times as much as the that journeyman. The journeyman doesn't have a base, so this has a base. This has a real spindle. Like, this is quite nice. But I just don't know that I'm ready for it. I don't know that I'm ready for 10 G's on a machine. Unless it's, I don't know. Like, you could also go the route where you sort of like buy a project machine from China, kind of, that you're gonna have to tune. So I don't understand really. There should be perfect equilibrium in this system, but there's not, and I truly don't get it. That's 500 minus 300. Am I just bad at math? It should be 200. Yeah, that's what so I have a friend with a fabrication shop who does, I mean, tons of wood fabrication, but has to send things out, like designs that need to be CNC, like intricate things that need to be CNC routed. He sends those out currently. And so I think for him, basically I did a job for him, and what I'm considering is, rather than having him pay me, having him buy a CNC router that I would be half owner of, and have access to. But it's tough. It's tough. Like we were looking at all the Shapeokos and X carves, but their bed sizes, especially in the like $2,000 to $3,000 range, max out at kind of 30 inches by 30 inches, which is not great if you want to try to make furniture. I mean, you obviously could design around it, but having I feel like the 4-foot bed length gives you more options. Okay, I really don't know what to do about this. Did I screw up one of these? These are all outputting 50. That's 200, another 300, it's 500, and the total that we need is 500. So I really don't see how this could get out of whack, unless it's just something about the timing, the way things kind of like ebb and flow timing wise, but that's why I have this giant buffer. Yeah, and the 4-foot X-Carve has a 4-foot one, but it's something like $8,000, and X-Carve seems like a hassle because they're kit machines that you have to put together. Maybe the X-Carve Pro isn't, but I don't know. My impression was kind of a hassle. Also, how is this only at 55%? So okay, something feels really imbalanced here. So these are operating at 100. Let's make sure all these are operating at 100 and are actually using the amount of water that we think they are. So this all should be operating at 100. So I don't see how. I mean, I guess we just got behind and now we're trying to fill this buffer back up. Like how this could, it looks like it's slowly creeping up. So, What are you gonna make? Are you gonna make furniture? Are you gonna make a cool car? A helicopter? A helicopter powered by chainsaw motors, where the rotors are actually chainsaws? Probably not the way to go. This is interesting. Why would you do this? Takes a little less coal, but then you have to go through the trouble of making the ingot. So it adds an extra step, but it's a better ratio, but it's not as good as that, as the foundry. It's slower and the ratio is not as good. This sucks, and this sucks. Like, I just don't like either one of these, really. I don't like any of these. I'm gonna take this one for no real reason. Was that everything? So that was all our hard drives. We didn't actually get anything very good. Custom tables. Oh, guitars, really. Cool. Definitely seen a few people working on guitars with 150s. But, I mean, you know, you buy the machine, you also have to build... You even have to buy the router, but that's just $100. But it's a router, in that case, not a spindle. So you don't have as much speed control, though I guess generally if you're just doing wood, it probably doesn't matter quite that much. And I definitely have seen people hack those off-the-shelf hand routers to add speed control. It was really tight. Yeah. What's annoying, it's just the way that I did this. I should have done it in a different way. I guess I still could. I don't really want to redo, like have two separate flows for the top or bottom, but I could. Well, that's cool. Custom routers on the list. What else is on the list for your... Are you going to do some home upgrades? Home mods? I'm gonna build a new house out of guitars. Well, it feels bad to just leave this. I don't have to come up here and flush the toilet all the time. On paper, there should be equilibrium. I guess if... no, that really doesn't make sense. Yeah, I get it. That's probably not a bad plan. Paid off credit cards is a good Christmas gift to yourself. Okay, what have we been doing? We're so close on phase 4. I really wanted to do that in the stream, but I've already been streaming for 4 hours, and I should probably go eat some food and do some other things today. I thought we would get there, but I think maybe today's not the day. I don't even actually really know what we're constrained on. We also spent all that time making the quick wire and then just did nothing with it. But I got so upset when I saw the aluminum, and I didn't fix the problem. So we're just like... It's just an aluminum band-aid just now. Kyle, are you still there? What did you ask for what is Santa bringing you? Coal? Mainly, I just wanted to hit there so I never had to play Satisfactory again. I just want to hit that last objective, or at least not play it until there's a very substantial video monster updates. Are you kidding me? He's gonna bring you a book on JavaScript. Video monster. That old thing. You didn't learn JavaScript in the last 6 months? I believe in you. You could do it. I know you. I know you want to be like a project manager. You want to be like an ideas person. Should I get an intern? I just probably need to do some stuff that gives me money. We really should finish the heat monetization stuff. It's just so boring. It's just so boring. Monetizing things is so boring. I think. I mean that CNC might be the thing. I mean, it's less of a holiday present and more of a, oh, end of year business expenditures to affect my tax liability present. Like that kind of present. Although I really don't know how I would quite manage that with a thing that I split with somebody. Because you know, if you want to be a fancy pants with your taxes, you like buy the thing and then you depreciate it, and that counts as a loss for your business, etc., etc., etc. Okay, everything looks bad. Looks like we're low on modular frames always. Did we come up with a new modular frame recipe that I didn't hate? Probably not. I think we did get a new one actually. We appear to be low. Well, of course, right. We're screwed because we're so, yeah, aluminum was just shut down. So we're totally shut down on. That's a real bummer. And it's just especially annoying because I thought I very carefully metered that aluminum factory. But the way the fluids work in this game is, I don't know. I guess one thing I could do is this. I don't want to. But basically, it's so hard though. Like, how do you know? There's no overflow notion, right? Like, those tanks don't have overflow. So you can't really just have water overflow. I guess you could just all water that is a you could have all water that you need coming from the pumps, and then all excess water, which would be an insane amount, because we have 300, but it's 1-to-1. So if we have 300, we need 300 of these a minute that we would just be throwing in the trash, and we don't have any way to do that up in the mountains unless we were just using. I don't know if we could. Yeah, we don't have any steel up there. I don't know what we do. I don't know. It's not good. But the thing we were considering was this. It would let me change this. Okay, what do we have to do? Let's think about this for a second. It would let me change, like, all these screw factories could become another thing. They could all become. What am I doing? How am I even making this? I don't even know anymore. What am I even doing? Okay, so these are the modular plates. I'm sorry, the iron plates. So what are we making? The reinforced plates, whatever the name is. This is what I'm asking about, the modular frames. Fall into pieces over here. Okay, we're using the rod. So it would basically be, if we switched from rod to steel, we would require only 66.6666% of the plate. And plate is a major constraint, so that would probably be a good idea. Like, because I'm pretty sure plate is what is kicking us in the pants. The issue is getting that pipe up here and getting pipe production up to snuff, because 10. So it takes 10 to make 3. These are overclocked to make 5. Anyway, 250%, so it would be, well, but how, oh gosh, what was the rate? Yeah, those were 3 per minute. Those are only 2 per minute, so that does change as well. So every minute, basically we need 30 per minute. Basically we need 30 per minute times 2.5. which would be 75 steel pipe a minute. And I don't know that we have, like, just waiting in the wings. Okay, are all these factories just ruined because we have no aluminum and it's going to take forever to ramp back up? That really sucks. That's a real bummer. So I had forgotten that we do need aluminum over here. That is very disappointing. Very disappointing. Somehow these things are still moving. I guess it hasn't quite caught up to them yet. Oh, wait. Unless actually we aren't using those anymore. Well, now I can't remember. I don't know what we're doing anymore. We're making supercomputers up here. These need radio control units, don't they? They do. So somehow we have not fully burned through our radio control units. Oh, well, we need fewer. Okay, let's try to do a little bit of damage control, I guess, with all of these. Because by not having this was taking more. I mean, not that many, but it was splitting them. So we can at least, yeah, try to do a little bit of damage control. Also, this doesn't use them anymore, or this is turned off rather. So we can get some from here. Okay, well, we can at least do this in the hopes that we will get some. Is that aluminum? Okay, we're getting the aluminum. That's good. What is the problem with all of these? Frickin' plate! This frickin' plate! Always with the plate. Okay, God, we're so close though. I don't know. Part of me is just like, I should just leave this running and go to lunch, and when I come back it'll be done. Like, there's really not that much reason for me to be doing anything. So, pipe. We seem to have a lot of pipe. That buffer's totally full. This one's inching along, I assume, because we're just not using... We're not going too nuts with stators at the moment. These need pipe, but they're constrained by other stuff. Right? Is that true? I thought these needed pipe. They do. So they're all buffered up. So, you know, we got some pipe. That's one thing. That's one thing we got. I think this dude goes the wrong direction, unfortunately, which is kind of lame. No, that is the correct direction, actually. So, let's try this. I don't know if I'm going to like this, but let's just as an exercise, as a little exercise. So what did I say? I needed 75. So we need Mark IIs, at least. All to Mark III. And we want to get to somewhere where we have plenty of pipe, which would be here, I guess. Splitter here. What do you think of that? Classic. And the issue is get this down here. Get this over here somewhere. And into... Wait, is this not correct? Oh, wait. I thought we just decided it was going the correct way. Is that not true? No, it's going fully the wrong way. Great. These are just annoying to make in this game. Whatever. You let me just do it? Snap this way. I don't know what you're snapped to, but okay. Come up here. Turn this way. Your output. We're going there somewhere. And this will go to here. And this may be a terrible idea. This could be truly terrible, but we're going to try it. So all of this is silly, but all of this iron, we're just not going to do it anymore. And this game is really bad about giving you a way to easily kind of clear things out like that, unfortunately. Well, let's see if we can come up with a way to do it. By constantly throwing away things. I wish things would stack a little more in a way that made a little more sense, but oh well. Just throw these in the trash because it really doesn't matter. Okay, eat the stuff up. Eat it up. And throw it in the trash. Trash. No, none. None. I think actually once it's in the machine, if you switch the recipe, it will automatically dump it for you. Okay, so let's try this new recipe, and hopefully this is a life changer. Oh no. Is it in a manufacturer? No, it's an assembler. So what's wrong? Wait, what? This one, steel frame. Great. Oops. Should have paid attention to the output before. So the output was what? The output was 5 per minute. So I think we were trying to total at 25. Is that true? 2, 3, 4, 5. And now the output. Okay, that's not bad news. I don't know where all of our... Okay, reinforced iron plate is slowly coming in. I really should have split this differently. Okay, so let me think about this for a second. So we really only wanted 25, and now our output is 7.5. So really 4 slightly throttled does the job, or 3 slightly overclocked does the job. I'm gonna go with 3 because then we can just do an easier splitter setup, I think. I don't quite understand where all this stuff goes, but the 100 iron plate flying in the sky. Okay, so do what now? I mean, the really quick, easy thing to do is just this, right? Is just to find where that other friend was, which was just right over here. And again, this could be just a truly terrible idea. That was the wrong one. Wrong one, wrong one. No, no, no. Don't. Eh. Man. Why do you have to treat me like this? Okay, top side. You're going in. You're going in? I think so. Okay, this is really more than we need. But I guess let's just, I don't want to mess with it, really. So let's just underclock this. Or, no, or I guess only slightly overclock instead of super overclock, right? Okay. Did I actually do that correctly? Can't believe the aluminum thing. What a debacle. Absolute debacle. So roughly 15, 5, 16. Call it 35. Yeah, so somewhere in the ballpark of 80. Okay, this could certainly have been done better, but let's just... Hopefully that gives us a bit more... I mean, this split is pretty ridiculous. I really shouldn't have done it this way. Because that just means we have none here? How was I even managing this before? There's no way this is enough. There's just no way we have enough for even first plate. But I guess we're going to need less now than we did before. Which is good, I suppose. I don't know. Probably not very balanced. We're so close. What else is just a terrible situation now? What is it? Is it you? Is it aluminum? No, it's the iron plate. A lot of freaking iron plate. So you need 6.25. 12 and a half. So you need 25 a minute. And you need another 15-ish. So we're like 35 to 40 a minute. Or something like that. $15, we should have 45 a minute, so that would be fine, but we seem like we're not meeting that in terms of iron plate. Like the iron plate output is not happening because we need a lot of iron plate. So we need 270 iron plate a minute. How much are we actually producing? 20, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Oh, wait, that should be enough. Did I do that wrong? We need 90. We need 270 per minute. And we're only producing 240 a minute, and we're underproducing. Well, nuts. Oh, a lot of screws. Okay, so this needs to be 270, so we're really kind of underproducing. But I think we're overproducing slightly here. So let's think about that for a second. What are the actual numbers? I did some rounding. That was 25 iron plate. Even though these aren't active at the moment. Shoot, 369. So we really probably do need like 45. So we probably should leave those maxed. Bill Powers, I appreciate you stopping by. Happy holidays. I hope that Santa brings you a new house and a new router made of guitars. And I hope to see you in the new year. Always a pleasure. Okay. Yeah, I hope Santa brings me that too. A house made of guitars. A house made of routers. A CNC house. What a CNC guitar. It just played itself. Okay, so we're short. We're a bit short. I'll admit it. So 270. We made 135 on each side. Call it 140 on each side. So that should be 7 on each side. We only have 6 on each side. And we're like underperforming. Really no reason for this weird little dip-de-doo. In fact, I would prefer if this were reversed, probably. Only because the stupid ground... I wish you could terraform this game. Because the stupid ground doesn't want to be... Probably going to mess with me. It's probably going to complain if I try to build constructors here, because they're like slightly off the ground. I guess I'll just put them on stupid stilts. Maybe my splitter will still split. Probably not. Oh my gosh, it did. What a shock. Okay, what are you making? Didn't we come up with a new iron plate recipe, but it required rubber, right? Or plastic. Yeah, steel. That's pretty weird. Steel and plastic to make. Okay, well, I don't... That's not going to happen at the moment. So, just good old-fashioned artisanal iron plate. And you're going to go thusly. And thusly. And you just need some power. Ah, come on. Don't want to mess with it. Okay, so that's doing the thing. We now just don't have enough ingots, and so what's the solution there? So just on this part, 7 and 7, we have 14. So 420 ingots a minute just from... Yeah, it's 420 ingots a minute just for this. And then over here in Screwtopia, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And these take 12.5. This is also 14. Oh. Well, so not have enough iron for this. We can keep overclock. We could overclock these smelters, I guess, for some more smelters. 175 and 420. Call it 425. We basically need 600 ingots a minute. Ish. And to do that, we would need 10 on each side. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So actually we're not too far away, really. We really only need 10 on each side. Is that true? To get 600? It's too good to believe. In fact, I don't believe it at all, because I was underserved before I even... Are we maxed out or something? Is something not happy? These all seem very happy. But just adding 2 more only gets me 30 more ingot. I must have done my math wrong. So, to be clear, we have 20 times 14, no. 30 times 14 is 420, right? And then this was 175. And this was 12.5 times 14, 175 plus 420 is 595, so I said basically 600. And 30 per minute, you need 20 total. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh no. We only have 8 on each side. We need 2 more. We need 4 more total. That's my problem. That's the problem. But I think that's okay. Probably. I hope. It's gonna be very close, but I think it'll be okay. And provided we have Helter Smelter. The snapping's being weird. What's your problem? Oh, this stupid suitcase. I mean, that's precious. Okay, smelter. What's your problem? Is that actually right? Okay. Splitter. And a merger. Split. Split. Really, this should all be Mark 5, probably, right? Assuming we can even produce enough for this, but at least the math for that will be easy. Okay, and we want more power. You know, just upgrade this stupid pole, so I don't have to think about it. I was already 10. Really hope nothing goes wrong with the reactors. Okie dokie. And then my friends here are what? Iron. Should we make... I mean, really is a valid question. Should I have a... I just don't think I have any copper right over here that I'm not using for other stuff. But might have been wise. Okay, and then a splitter. Even though I kind of think, I'm sorry, a merger. And This one? Where are you? Okay, so how much are we actually using? We need a couple more mergers. Really just one more. No, that's not true. Two more. Did I do that correctly? I don't feel like I did. Of course not. Okay, you're going out in that direction. Maybe I did do it correctly. Something weird happened? I don't care about this stuff. Throw it in the trash. In the trash. Just in my way. Okie dokie. I don't know, something looks weird. And same thing over here, and hopefully we don't have to mess with the stupid rain. So much pollution. It's hard to see what I'm doing. Okay, I don't know. Did that work? Hard to say. Let's just go ahead and upgrade all these to 5 because we have so much. Oh, maybe we already did. Oh. Just stop with the little suitcases everywhere. I don't want them. I don't want them. Okay. We're probably not actually producing enough ore. So how much ore do we need for 20 smelters? 600. We are producing 240 over here. That's bad. And 240 here. So maybe it's not too bad. Guess we can get up to crank it all the way up. I'm afraid to look at our power situation. I guess it's okay because we have the part accelerators off. So no particle accelerators. Maybe all is well. So hopefully these will start to. Are these all Mark 5s? I feel like we're having trouble getting down here. I guess these really need to get all buffered up first. But they appear to be doing so very rapidly. Okay, I'm gonna order food right now, and then that'll be a good good stopping time, right? I'll have to stop because I'll have to, because it will be time to eat this Thai food. Do I deserve Thai food? No. No. Is it a holiday? Not today. I don't really deserve Thai food. I didn't earn it, but just say I'm gonna treat myself. Okay. Just letting those buffer. I order this Thai food. Still not happening. Slight concern. But, you know, it's a lot of smelters. Probably takes a while to fill them up. Right? That's what I'm telling myself. So, next. Credit card number. 1, 2. Billing address. D. Lopser. I am not a robot. Okay, did I get it right? You sure you want to check out? Yeah. Okay. Looks like we're full, except for the last few, but hopefully that will happen. It says pick up. That can't be true. I don't believe that for a second. It's sort of a concern. Are we still... I mean, I said 600, right? And 600 should be totally fine for this Mark V, so yeah, hopefully it is just slowly filling up right about here. Okay, it's just gonna take a while to get there, which means this is gonna be underserved until we get to that point. Which means this is gonna be underserved, which is weird because it doesn't look... Yeah, it's only 60%. I don't know. I probably need a different strategy for this. This, like, long tunnel I like in terms of layout, but it's really not great in terms of distributing things well. It means you kind of get nothing at the back until everything up front has been totally filled. Because, you know, every one of these splitters is like, this means this one gets 1/3 of what comes from here, and this gets 1/3 of that, gets 1/3 of that. So down by the time you get to here, you're at like 1/3 of 1/3 of 1/3 of 1/3 of 1/3. And it's just going to take a while. And then, of course, the ones down the line are actively in use. Like, they're actively filling up as you go, so... And if I have a little room, I could go fill my pockets, I guess. I don't really see much for it. We got your order. 15 minutes. Hey Siri, timer 10 minutes. Okay, Siri's gonna take care of it and let me know. Okay, well, you know, we did the thing. We got this freaking plate is really cramping my style. This seems to be going well, though. Needing less plate, this seems to be working very well for us. Right? I mean, maybe not down here. Is it a little cheat a little bit. But overall, especially once these are fully online, hopefully that's all good. That's a lot. It's a whole lot. You can do it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Oh, oh, you're so close. So close. It takes so long to come back online. It's really costs you to overflow. There's a cost to that. It's getting better. Yeah, slowly. I don't know. I like this layout. It just kind of sucks. I just like it because it's so compact. But we better just stack them, I guess, and have two paths of 10 each would have been better. Or even really like drive one in and then just send one over the top and then drop it down halfway through. Maybe I should just do that, right? So if it will let me, it's not going to let me. There's no chance. There's no chance it lets me do this, right? I want to do it, but it's just not going to let me do it. I want to build a conveyor on top of this. I guess I could. I just don't think it's going to work. It's going to complain that it's too steep, right? Because that's what it loves to do. Too steep. Too steep. If I put it back here, then it will look dumb, but it'll allow me to do it. And then instead of a merger, I mean, whatever. This is a very silly thing I'm about to do, but whatever. Whatever. Let me just do this. And nope. Send this on top. Something silly like this. No? Not happy there? Okay. Send the top to these back here. It doesn't look good, but this game just doesn't let me do stuff I want to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's where the split is. And so now we have a better split, and so these should fill up. They still have to buffer. Excuse me. But will hopefully take a little less time to do so. Somebody wants some work. Some work. Do I want to do the work? Probably should. I should probably make money to stay alive by exchanging that money for goods and services, but did I do this incorrectly? No, I think it's right. I think it just looks dumb. I have other ideas of how I would. I just wish you could get a little tighter with your conveyors, right? Just a little tighten things up. Just snug them up a bit. That's all. Anything else that needs to be sped up? Full speed everywhere. This is Mark 5, right? Gotta be. Would appear to be. Might as well Mark 5 all this stuff. Mark 5. That one's fine being Mark 4. Okay. Seems like an okay flow back here. Maybe not great, but at least there's some getting back here. Come on. Got so many flipping screws. Is the math on this really correct? This ratio? I don't really check. It's 750 screws a minute. How many screws a minute are we making? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're only making 700 a minute. right? All right, let's look at these numbers one more time. You want 250. Yeah, 750. 50. It's one line's 100. There's only 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're one short. Uh-oh. Well, why aren't we constrained by screws? Because we just haven't gotten there yet. I've been too busy being constrained by other things. Splitter here. Down to here. Oh my gosh, we're so close on that thing. Oh well. One more stream. Not gonna do. What are we trying to do? These are cast screws, right? Okay, that should give us 750, which should work on these conveyors. Seems like they're gumming up a little bit, you know? Seems like they're... Like this one's... Are we gumming up? Why are we gumming up? Because we're just not quite using them all? Yeah, like this one. Maybe once we get to 100% production. We're getting close, which is good. This is still only 60, which is bad. How are we doing on these? These numbers appear to be going up. Still not quite there. That one's still slowly buffering. Okay, well, I think, like, numbers-wise, I think we have the stuff where it goes, for whatever that's worth. I should maybe split this high-low or something like that. Do the same thing here so it goes to the back, but whatever. I mean, we're not fully up here, but it's probably okay because we were backed up on these a bit. So, oh my gosh, it sounded weird. Okay, well, whatever. We were doing okay. We got close to the objective, even though everything continues to underrun. Optimize. Optimize? Optimize. Oh, yeah, it was saved. Great. Yeah. So, friends, well, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by, Phil and Ben. Kyle, lovely to see you. Anybody else that took a gander? Appreciate it. And anybody watching us in the future, I don't know why you do that, but thanks for doing it. And this is, I don't know, is this the last stream of the year? Probably not. I'll probably stream at some point next week, but let's try to get past Satisfactory, get it out of my life, and get back to doing other things. Right? Right? Okay, bye.